Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. So wonderful to have you here. I'm so glad to be here in this room with you and having the opportunity to deliver this information once again. And I'm real excited about it because I've got a whole bunch of new stuff to talk about. So I'm going to kind of walk you through a little bit of the way I discovered this information and the way I came across it, my logic through it, and the path I took. And if I walk you through the same path I took, you'll see that it actually is a very simple path. It's a very simple way of thinking. It's very fundamental and very simple axioms that just needs very little adjustments in our current physics and science and so on to generate just a little bit of a different picture that opens doors to a whole new way of being. And so, although this information may seem quite complex, it actually, is very accessible to everyone. And I teach this to 7 years old and to 80 years old, and everybody can get it. So keep your mind open, keep your heart open, and we'll go from there. So it really started when I was approximately 9 years old. I could have been 10 or 9, but I remember very distinctly this first lesson at school. And interestingly, I found that many other people had the same kind of hick when they got into this first lesson. It was the first lesson in geometry. And the teacher went to the blackboard and said, today we're going to learn about geometry, and the first lesson in geometry is dimensions. And I got really excited because I had all these incredible world that I was living in my head, and I had all these interaction with all these other dimensions in my head, and I thought, oh my God, this teacher is going to talk about this for the first time ever. I'm going to have an adult that talks about this, and I got really excited about it, and I got so disappointed. It wasn't at all what I expected. The teacher went to the blackboard and made a little dot. And he placed beside the dot dimension 0, 0D, and said this is a dot that represents a dimension that does not exist. And I was already confused. I'm like, oh my God, this is not looking good. I'm probably going to fail this class because I could see the dot. And he was telling me that it didn't exist. And so already I had a problem with that fundamental axiom. And really, this is so crucial. This is so crucial to our understanding of reality. This very fundamental axiom of dimension bleeds into advanced physics, advanced mathematics, and all sorts of sciences, and really changes the picture of the way we see things if, it's not accurate. So I didn't know all this, but I thought, well, I can see the dot, but if you say it doesn't exist, I'll just go with that. And then he said, well, because it doesn't have volume, it doesn't exist. So if you put a bunch of dots together and make a line, you still don't have volume. We'll call that dimension 1. And that doesn't exist either. And, I just kept on going with it. And I could see the other kids in the class were a little bit puzzled about what was going on. And then eventually, he put 4 lines together to make a plane, called it dimension 2, and said that didn't exist either. It still didn't have volume. It was a 2-dimensional flat plane. And I could see, he used the example that the cartoons in our cartoon books didn't exist, right? And so I could see a lot of the kids were very disappointed. And then he did something extraordinary, something miraculous, something that even puzzled me further. He took 6 planes, put them into a cube, and called it 3D, and said that dimension exists because it has volume. And I could see that everybody was like, okay. There was a problem in logic there. Turns out that I found out much later that Buckminster Fuller had exactly the same problem in his schooling, in his first lessons in geometry. There was a problem there because if you have a dot that doesn't exist, that makes a line that doesn't exist, that makes a plane that doesn't exist, then you cannot get existence out of 6 non-existing planes. So what you get is some unknown feature that could only be called non-existence to the 4th. Not existence. And so here, fundamentally, there's an issue. And that issue has to do with our understanding of how reality emerges, how dimensions are generated, and how we can get existence, reality, atoms, objects, things in space, and how we solve the equations that describe how these things in space come through, how they get here. That is very fundamental. I didn't know all this at the time, but I knew that this principle that was being demonstrated to me was not quite correct. There was definitely improvements that had to be done to it. And I really felt like I didn't want to spend another day going through my life not knowing what a dimension was. So I decided I was going to solve this. And, I had this long bus ride going all the way back home. It was like an hour and a half from that school. And the reason for that is because I kept on getting kicked out of the schools that were closer to my home. So I kept on having to go further and further. And somebody told me, a physicist told me once, that I was furthering my education that way. And he was right, because I had all this time to think in the bus. So I was in the bus and I was thinking about this problem, and I decided I was going to solve that problem before I got out of that bus. And I didn't realize that this problem had been discussed and worked on by many philosophers throughout the ages and so on, all the way down to the Pythagorean schools. I just wanted to solve it right there and then. And so I was thinking, and the bus was getting fuller and fuller, and I was getting hotter and hotter, and it was really, becoming uncomfortable. So I closed my eyes, and in my mind's eye, I escaped the bus so that I would feel more comfortable. And I start to see that the bus would, as I rose above it, the bus would become a dot. And then I rose further, and I saw the earth becoming a dot. And then I rose further, and I saw the solar system becoming a dot. And I rose further again, and I saw the galaxy becoming a dot. And then I started to fly back into the galaxy, into the solar system, back to the earth. And I located the bus I was in, and back into that bus, and back into my body. And I opened my eyes, and I looked at my hand, and I thought, oh, maybe I could fly into my hand. And so I closed my eyes again, and I thought of flying into my hand. And I saw that inside my hand would be dots that are called cells. And then inside those cells, I would see millions and millions of other dots that are called atoms. I probably didn't even know what an atom was at the time. And I continued in and I saw, the nuclei of an atom that was made out of smaller dots and then again smaller dots and so on. And I thought, and then I got it. I had this moment of illumination. And then in the bus, going back from school, oh yes, the only solution to this riddle, the only way you can solve this, the only way you can, the only way you can visualize, understand dimension is if you make the exact opposite axiom right from the beginning, which is that the only thing that exists is the dot. So here, within the dot is all dimensions. Within the dot, we have all the structure of space-time. Within the dot, all possible other dimension became in existence. That's the way I saw it. Meaning that if we continue to divide the dot, we could find smaller and smaller and smaller dots, and those would be like scales of dimensions. And that the only thing that exists is the dot. And it is only from your perspective that you define the scale at which you observe those dimensions. I mean, that was a completely different view, definitely. And I thought, well, if the dot, if zero dimension is all dimension in one, then that would mean that everybody that I'm looking at in this bus has all the dimensions, all the structure of space-time compactify in every dot. I mean, I wasn't thinking in terms of space-time, but I was thinking in terms of fractal dimensions. I didn't know fractals, but I had defined it in my head. And I got really excited. I was walking on a cloud. I got up in the bus and I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh my God, I think I got it. Everything is a dot. Every dot has infinity within it. Everything can be divided to infinity. And there's dots to infinity, infinitely big, infinitely small. We're living in a big dot that has little dots in it and little dots in it. And I was seeing dots everywhere. It was really exciting. And I, when you have a revelation, you want to tell someone, right? So I didn't know who to talk to. I wasn't going to talk to the bus driver, and so I ran home when I got out of the bus, and I was waiting for my mom to get back from work. And when my mom came in the door, I'm like, Mom, I figured out something at school today. It's really exciting. And, my mom was so excited because she thought, oh, my God, you finally are doing good at school. Oh, my God. And then I started to tell her about this. And I'm telling my mom, I think you have a dot inside of you that has all the dots and infinite dots inside and all this. And my mom is looking at me with a look of despair. The look of an Italian mother in despair. There's a force in that hasn't been calculated yet. And so she kind of could see it, but she knew it wasn't part of my curriculum at school, and she told me that. And she said, if you answer that in your exam, it's probably not going to go well. And she said, anyway, right now, I just worked 8 hours, and I don't feel infinite. And when she said that, it rang a bell. I mean, she made a point. She made a very important point. I stopped, and I had to think about it. It's like, well, if it's true that infinity is compactified in every point, how is it that we have finite boundaries? How is it that things are not just falling into each other to infinity? And how is it that things exist? How do we define those boundaries? How do we have a finite space in an infinite potential? How can that be together? I didn't know at the time, but actually I was tackling one of the fundamental difficulties in advanced physics. The difficulty of dealing with infinities and singularity, which is really the crux of unification at this time. It took me back. I had to think about that one. I was like, oh, I got to go back to the blackboard. I got to think about this before I talk to anybody else. But eventually, it came to me. And it took a very long time. I was much older by the time I realized. But all the way through my childhood, there was a few things that came through to help me deepen my belief that I had found something very crucial. Was I the first one that came to these conclusions? Have these ideas been around before? Absolutely. Okay? Other people have thought about this. Even our, Big Bang Theory says that everything came out of a point the size of a Planck's distance, which is extremely small, billions of times smaller than an atom. These ideas have been around. Have they been well understood? Maybe not. Certainly, I think some of the masters and some of the advanced beings that have walked the earth may have understood them. In terms of physics, in terms of advanced sciences, it's been thought about, but it hasn't been mapped out. It hasn't been understood in its detail in order to be able to apply it to our current physics and our current math. Why would we want to do that, though? Well, we would want to be able to if we want to be able to understand the fundamental structure of creation, and that fundamental structure implies or involves infinities and finite boundaries all at once, we have to find a way to bring these two together, to understand their interaction, to understand how that works. And if we did that, and if we did so, we would have the key to universal forces. We would have the key of the powers of creation. It would be very powerful. It would be powerful for philosophical reason, and it would be very powerful for application to advanced science and technology. Now, it took me a while before I realized that there is a direct and intricate link between infinities and finite boundaries, and how to understand them and how to demonstrate it. I found eventually that the key was geometry, the very thing that got me going in the first place in my geometry lessons. And I'm going to demonstrate to you right now, in very simple terms, that you can create infinities in the confine of a finite boundary. That these are not opposite concepts, but they actually are complementary. There is infinities to create finite boundaries, and there's finite boundaries to create infinities. And in order to demonstrate that, I'm going to use a very simple initial graphic. Although this graphic is simple, it is still absolutely accurate to the geometry that we will see throughout the day today. It's not something in left field. It's something that's very important. So here we're going to do this. We're going to generate a finite boundary we're going to call a circle here. And this circle could be a 3D sphere that contains a very specific space. And in that sphere, or in that circle, we're going to put a triangle, an equilateral triangle. Now, the universe is polarized. And the reason why things are polarized is because they spin. Okay, things in the universe are polarized because they spin. Angular momentum creates shafts of rotation that generates polarity. So if you have polarity, then you can accurately have a reverse triangle in that sphere or in that circle. Now, right away, we have one of the most common ancient symbols that we find all around the world. It's called the Star of David, or the Seal of Solomon, or the six-pointed star. We'll talk about this later on in the presentation, but just take notice of it. Now we can continue to add triangles. And now we get smaller stars, baby stars of David. Okay, baby six-pointed stars. We can continue to add other resolution of stars by adding more triangles. Again, smaller stars of David. Every time we create a new resolution, we can define a very specific boundary. This is very important. And here we find a third boundary, so smaller and smaller sphere. We can continue to make smaller and smaller resolution of this geometry. And in fact, if I give this to my computer as a computer code, and I got it to make geometries maybe 5 resolution deep, and then zoom in, and then go 5 resolution deep again, and then zoom in, and then keep doing that, it would continue to do that to infinity. As long as the computer had power and chips would keep working in there, it would continue to make boundaries for thousands of years. However, I would never, ever, ever exceed the first boundary that I've set for myself. Within a finite system, I've demonstrated to you right now that you can create infinite numbers of division. Infinite numbers of sets of information. In a boundary is the possibility of infinite division. And thus, infinities and finite structures are complementary. Why is this important? Well, if you were taking these principles and applying them to yourself, you could start to visualize, you could start to imagine, you could start to experience that maybe within the confine of the finite structure that you're in is the potential of infinite division, the potential of infinite amount of information. Philosophically, that has a very powerful impact on someone's consciousness. It just happens to be very similar to what many of the masters that have walked the earth have talked about. That within is God, the kingdom of heaven, infinite boundaries, and so on, or infinite potential, and so on. It definitely has an impact on science. Why does it? Well, I'll give you an example. When we discovered biological cells, we had microscopes that were at the maximum of the power of amplification that we could get at the time, and we thought, my God, this stuff is so small, it's gotta be the smallest thing that the universe does. And then we discovered an atom. And there's billions of atoms in every cell. That is extremely small. And we thought, oh, that's gotta be the smallest thing the universe does. And then we discovered protons, neutrons in the center of the atom. We discovered the nuclei of an atom, and we thought, my, that is so small. That's got to be the smallest thing the universe does. And then quarks and so on. And what I'm saying here is that every time we find a new boundary, we think, that's it. We found the fundamental structure of creation. The universe goes to that size and then quits. That's it. I'm done. I'm not going smaller. This is way small enough. We did exactly the same thing in the other direction, right? We thought, at first we thought the Earth was the biggest thing, and then we thought the solar system was the biggest thing. Then we found galaxies. Oh my God, that's got to be the biggest thing, right? And then we found superclusters and so on. Now we're at universal size, and we think, okay, that's it. It stops there. Right? Well, what if it doesn't? Now, what does it mean to the physicists? Well, it means that we've been building accelerators to break particles into smaller and smaller and smaller bits. And now we're at like billions of times smaller than an atom. And we're calling these accelerators, they're serious pieces of machinery. The one that's being built in Switzerland right now, the Hadron Collider is costing $300 billion. It took 5 countries to flip the bill for that one. And now we're looking for the X bosons and mini white hole black holes. And I'm like, well, at that point, you're dividing the vacuum. And basically, what I'm saying here is that instead of looking, and I'm not the first one that have said that, famous physicist Jeff Chu said it in the 70s, maybe instead of looking for a fundamental particle, we should start looking for a fundamental principle of division. And that's what I came to, is that instead of looking for a fundamental particle, we should start looking for a fundamental pattern of creation. Because if we understand the pattern, then it doesn't matter at which resolution we are observing the identity. We understand the principle behind the identity. Now we have the key to creation. And that would change a lot of things of the way we do physics and the way we think of the universe and how it creates and how it subdivides. I was really excited about this. I started to really study physics. I started to look everywhere to find how things work and where standard physics was at the time. Where did we go and where did we go wrong and what needed to be changed to make it do that, to make it look that way so that we could find that fundamental structure of creation. I was determined that I was going to find this in my lifetime. It was a big mission, you know. And so I went at it, and I started to study a lot. And now we're going to jump forward to me in Georgia Tech. I'm at Georgia Tech, Department of Physics, with the director there and other physicists. And this is an impromptu private meeting discussion with those guys. And basically my sponsors at the time brought me there to measure up with the biggest and most respected physicists, some of the biggest and most respected physicists in theoretical physics. And, you know, I'm there and they have equations everywhere, and we're talking about things, and it's a very small meeting, you know, but there's a few students, and there's a bunch of physicists there, and there's me. And the only thing I got with me is this book. It's called Gravitation. It's like the Bible of relativistic physics. And it's called Gravitation because when you pick it up, you know, you can really tell gravity is acting upon things. And I was, you know, going through the equations with them, and I'm talking about all this, and I'm really, you know, going through it with them, and I can see that there's a certain amount of irritation, and there's a certain amount of impatience with me because I'm asking very simple, fundamental questions. And everybody there is doing very advanced, you know, string theory physics and all this. And, you know, I'm always going back to like some fundamental things. And they're like, my God, what is this guy doing here kind of deal? And, you know, and so at one point, I pulled out my book, Gravitation, and I said, okay, after all these equations, which is a few thousand equations, on the metrical structure of space and then applied to the universal size and so on. The model of our universe at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the universe is expanding like a balloon. And I opened the book on page 219 and I pulled it out and I said, here's the picture of what we believe the universe is doing right now. It's expanding like a balloon, and the balloon has little pennies glued to it. And the pennies represents galaxies. That's the standard model. And the galaxies are moving away from each other as the balloon expands. And everybody's like, yes, Nassima. Where are you going with this kind of deal? Like, if you don't know this, go back and study, come back in a few years. And at one point, well, I'm saying, well, okay, I understand this principle. However, I have a question. Out of all these equations everywhere, what I want to know is where is the equation that represents who's this guy? And the whole room became really silent. And I could see that in the look of the students and the other physicists that there was a look of despair and stress because sweat was a little bit beading. And I could tell that they got worried because they thought, oh my God, this guy, he might just start talking about God, and we're at Georgia Tech in the physics department. We can't do that. and I reassured them very quickly. I started to draw, and I said, well, you know, let's draw the rest of the guy. And what I'm trying to point out here is that in order for the balloon to expand, then the lungs of the person that's blowing into it have to contract. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Okay? One of the first laws of physics. So if our universe is expanding, then there must be something contracting. There must be some compression happening in order to get expansion. There must be a feedback between the expansion and the contraction. And that was my first clue to the relationship between the gravitational field and the electromagnetic radiation. And as well, it applied to my experience in life, because really this is all based on my experience in life. When I was 11, I started meditating. My family came in contact with a young master of meditation that was 14 years old, and I was 11. And he taught me how to meditate. And when I meditated, it felt like I was turning my senses inwards and going towards the center of my existence. I was going towards the middle of my being. And I came, out of that, I found a logic in which there was an internal universe and an external universe. There was something going in and something going out, and the two generated boundaries. And that boundary is what we experience as reality. The thing is that in our society, the tendency is to spend a lot of time analyzing what's out and very little time analyzing what's in. Not only in our, social morphs, but as well in our physics and the way we do things. We explode things. That's how we build technology. Our concept of advanced technology is to put a bunch of fuel in a cylinder, put a bunch of people volunteers on top, and light the bottom and see if they survive the experience, It's all based on expansion, on explosion, on radiation. Very little is based on contraction, on going towards the center, on implosion. And to me, there had to be a direct relationship. So I was really pointing that out, and I now we're going to go back to when I was younger, and when I was thinking about that, I could see that this relationship would generate some kind of field equation, would generate some kind of metrical space that I could describe in mathematics and physics that would resemble more like a feedback of creation. Well, just happens that the fractal structures that I was talking to you about when you divide space are based on feedback equations. I went to my first chemistry class, and can everybody see this? And the first thing I asked in my chemistry class is, I want to know what an atom is. The chemistry teacher said that was, not in the curriculum of my first chemistry class. And he said that would be a physics question anyway. And as far as I know, we don't quite know exactly what is an atom. And that was quite disappointing for me. But he knew something about atoms. He said, there's one thing we know about atoms, that they're made out of 99.99999% space. And that kind of blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute. So what we see as creation, all the things we see, are mostly made out of space. But they don't feel very spacious. I mean, it's pretty solid. But what's going on is that there's all these fields interacting, and they don't necessarily are in perfect resonance, and they make boundaries and so on. And so it feels like it's solid, but it's mostly space. It's basically a field dividing the vacuum. And I thought, oh, there it is. It started to match. And that was my first chemistry class. It started to make sense. Oh, yeah, maybe we should look at the vacuum. Maybe it's the vacuum, what we call space, that has the key to creation. And the space divides itself, and then we see it as finite boundaries. Maybe the space is the infinity, and the boundary is the finite structure. The field is the finite structure. I started to see it in my head. I got very excited. And later on, I studied vacuum and, understanding of quantum theory, and I realized something. I realized something very important for the evolution of the thoughts I was having. I found that present-day quantum field theory gets rid by a renormalization process of an energy density in the vacuum that would formerly be infinite, if not removed by renormalization. Now, renormalization is kind of what they tried to do to me at school. It didn't work so good. But what it means is that when physicists start to look with the tools of quantum theory at subatomic particles and nuclear interaction and all this, they found that in order for this to be happening the way we see it happen, the vacuum density at the quantum level would have to have infinite amount of energy. That was the result of the equations. Well, equations that ends with infinity are very uncomfortable for physicists. There's two kinds of technical words in physics to describe infinities. There's one that's infinities that are normal infinities, and that's usually an infinitely small quantity. Two infinities, right? One is an infinitely small quantity, so it can easily be discarded, right? It doesn't really matter. 0.0000 somewhere down there, it doesn't matter. Okay? That's one kind of... Then there's another very highly technical term you find in physics documentation called nasty infinities. Nasty infinities are infinitely large infinities that creeps up in your mathematics, in your equations, in your conceptual physics. And those are thought to be nasty because when they creep up, it's not like you can just make like it's not there. It's an infinitely large quantity. You can't just sweep it under the carpet and like avoid the whole thing. Well, they did a real good job at avoiding this one. But in general, it was not accepted as a valid theory if your theory breaks down into infinities at its results. And so instead of discarding the concept, they did something that they called renormalization. They used the infinite potential of the vacuum and basically took the Planck's distance and took the 10 to the, what is 1.616 multiplied by 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. So that's a very, very, very small dot. Notice, though, that the 1.616 is very close to the 1.618 of the phi ratio. And they took that distance, like that very teeny point, which is now billions of times smaller than the nuclei of an atom. And they said, well, that is fundamental to creation. And if we put the number of these little dots in a centimeter cube of space, of vacuum, we will have a finite density for the vacuum fluctuations, for the vacuum density, the energy in a vacuum, in a centimeter cube of vacuum. So here it is. They took a centimeter cube of vacuum. They took a Planck's distance, bitty teeny point, and they stacked them into that cube. And then calculated how much density of these quantities would there be in there to get a finite number. The result is 10 to the 94 grams per centimeter cube. 10 to the 94 grams of centimeter cube. That's 10 to, with 93 zeros, following it. It's an extremely large number. When I'm dealing with a number that large, and it came from a renormalization, my tendency is to think that we're talking about infinities. Okay? Because if you want to get an idea of what density that means, imagine you have a centimeter cube of space that has all of the stars in the universe condensed into it. Like all of the stars we see with the Hubble. Okay, all the galaxies, everything we see, we just put it all in a big trash compactor and we just squash it all up into a centimeter cube of space. All right? Imagine how bright that would be in one way. But never mind that, then you still wouldn't have the vacuum density. You still would be short from the density of energy that is calculated to be in the vacuum at the quantum level. That is a lot of energy, folks. And so, how did this infinite amount of energy divide and create subatomic particles and atoms? To me, that was the question. To me, maybe the vacuum energy had structure. Maybe the vacuum energy wasn't just a random fluctuation like this, but had a boundary fractal structure, had a geometric structure to it. I didn't know why at the time. I didn't know how I could prove that. I didn't know how I could describe that. But I wanted to explore that thought. I started to see that maybe, just maybe, everything we see in the universe is just division of that energy density of the vacuum in various scales. To me, there was some logic to it. Well, that brought me to eventually a meeting with Elizabeth Rauscher and a collaboration with her. Elizabeth is a very respected physicist that has received medals of honor for her work in black hole physics in the 70s, has worked with John Wheeler, many other very famous physicists. And Elizabeth and I got together, and Elizabeth had written very advanced computation and mathematics for a unified field theory in the 60s and then in the 70s. And she could never kind of get the whole key put together. And, you know, when we met and I talked with her for almost 3 days, I was able to fill in a lot of things, but she didn't know, and we had to talk some more, and we had to run some calculations and all this. And she was definitely skeptical, but we started to write things, and then we thought, well, okay, if this is true, then if we look at a large scale in the universe, we should start to see very specific divisions. We should start to see structure. If the vacuum is dividing under very specific structure, then we should be able to see it. We should be able to calculate it from what we observe. So we decided to write a scaling law. And this is what came out. This is a paper that's unpublished at this time. I'm publishing other papers in the scientific journals right now that are the foundation of the change I've made to Einstein's field equation. This will follow. We presented this at the American Physical Society in Albuquerque, and here and I've presented it as well to some of the directors of the telescope here on the Big Island, and many other astrophysicists and physicists. And usually I get a pretty good reaction out of it. It's kind of, jaw-dropping. What we did is we took the radius of objects, okay? And so here on the in the x-axis is the radius. And here is the frequency of these objects, the fundamental frequency of these objects in hertz. And the energy level of the object is pretty well described by its frequency. So you could think of its energy level as well. If you take the size of the universe, that is, if you look at the way the universe is expanding, you can extrapolate its size. And if you look at all the matter that's in the universe, when you place that amount of density, when you place all that matter in Einstein field equation, the result is that the universe is too dense for light to escape it. That is, we live inside a black hole. And, you know, that was expected from me. I thought that earlier, and then I realized that as well from my own calculation before, and I thought that would make sense. Because remember, I was thinking that if for every expansion there's an equal and opposite contraction, then everything can be divided to infinity, then everything would have infinite density at its center. Everything would have what we call singularity at its center. And so I thought everything is just a different size black hole. And so I wasn't surprised about this. So we placed the data point for the universal, the 10 to the minus 17 is the universal frequency based on our calculation, and the radius is 10 to the 28. And then we place the next data point for quasars. We're taking average size and frequencies of quasars. This is a very large scale, so it's acceptable. And we place the data point. And it surprised us. It was a fairly good linear progression from universal size. Then we place the data point for galactic centers. So we're getting smaller in scale. And again, an average galactic center oscillation rate and radius. And we place the data point, and again, linear progression. Then we place a data point for solar dynamics, stellar dynamics, and we got a linear progression again. That was astonishing. I mean, there is nothing in standard views that would predict that, other than the view I was getting that the vacuum is dividing itself under very specific structure boundaries. Then we went all the way to the atomic level with the radius and fundamental approximation of frequency for X-ray emission. And we got a data point that was a perfect linear progression again, but this time across the boundary of quantum theory into the atomic level. So now we went from cosmological object to quantum theory level. And this is one of the fundamental fractures in our current physics. Quantum theory and relativistic physics don't agree. They don't work for each other. So that was really exciting. And then we went all the way down to the Planck's lengths and placed the Planck's length dot data point and at 10 to the minus 33. And sure enough, the progression was perfect. And that got us very excited. I mean, definitely it supported what I was trying to explain to Elizabeth and our discussion, and we started to really get some steam going, and it was really exciting to see that happen. And we thought of publishing it, but I wanted to publish first very fundamental physics to be able to explain this, not just the phenomenon. The other thing we noticed is that if you take the distance between the data point, which is kind of nice, it's sweet, and you divide them, you always get very close approximation to the phi ratio. The phi ratio is 1.618 and is, and goes to infinity. It's typical to find it in nature everywhere. You find it in flowers, in shells, in pine cones. You find it in the way tree divides. You find it in your body. There's a phi ratio between the end of your finger and the second part of your finger, and there's a phi ratio between the second part and the third part and your hand, relative to your fingers, and then your fingers and hand relative to your forearm, and your whole body is built like that, and so on. And so you find it in nature everywhere. So to find it on a scale that's so large was very exciting, because it supported that this would be something that nature would naturally do, that space, that the vacuum would naturally divide itself under these very specific fundamental mathematics, because we observe it in nature everywhere. And so it confirmed to us a lot of it. Now, this was my presentation at Albuquerque, and I'm going to add a little data point for our benefit here. I didn't do that there because it could freak out a few physicists. So the physicists in the audience, please don't freak out. But if you actually add a data point for the biological resolution, what I call the biological resolution, that is the size of the sphere of our cells and their frequency level. Now, this research has shown that there's definite resonance match at approximately 10 to the 11 for the frequency of lipoprotein of the boundary of cells. So that means the cell's boundary, all right, the surface of cells in the biological level oscillate at 10 to the 11 hertz. I mean, that's a massive oscillation. And it's funny because when we think of biology, we always think of some really kind of glooby, kind of blobby thing that's moving really slow, right? But actually, the surface, when you look on the surface oscillation of these cells, it's very intense, a lot of energy. And it just happens that if you take 10 to the 11 hertz and you take the radius of a cell and you apply that much energy into that radius, if you solve that with relativistic physics, the cell obeys the Schwarzschild condition. That is, the cell obeys the condition of a black hole. Okay, I'm not, don't panic. It's okay. But what I'm saying is that we're still dealing with the same fundamental dynamics, even at the biological level. And certainly, there's not any biology in Einstein field equation, and there's no biology in quantum theory. And, this link to biology has been looked for a very long time. Well, we were happy to find that if you place that data point for the biological cells on the graph, it would bisect the graph approximately in the middle of the graph. That is, the biological resolution is the link between the large and the small. You are the event horizon, loosely termed. And you are the data transfer boundary from the extremely large to the extremely small. Isn't that what you do? You gather information and transfer it to your internal self, which in this view has infinite boundary potential. Thus, you're transferring that information through your boundary to the infinite of the universe within yourself. And as you start to see yourself grow into that world, your worldview, your way of being in the universe, the way you are, how you are, completely changes. Because you start to see the importance of your observation. You start to see the importance of your interpretation of the field and what you are feeding the universe. Instead of seeing yourself as an insignificant little dot that means nothing to the universe, you start to see yourself as the center of creation. Now, you might think that's arrogant. I think I've heard something along those lines from the new Pope or something. But I would like to say that if you have come to these conclusions, you must have come to these conclusions finding out that everyone else is the center of their universe as well. And thus, we are all equal and we're all one. But beyond the philosophical views, the fact that the biology would fit on this graph, the fact that we could start to see the information feedback loop between the radiative side and the contractive side starts to open a whole new field of physics. For 20 years, and you know, I've been saying this for a long time, I've been saying that information doesn't just flow into black holes, but flows out of black holes as well. And I got in a lot of trouble for that. And it was nice to see that just recently, Stephen Hawking has made a public announcement that he now believes, after 15 years of refuting this, or 30 years of refuting this, that black holes have information radiating out, coherent information. Before, they only had Hawking radiation, which was thought to be generic and incoherent. So now this is actually coming to the forefront. It's very exciting for me because finally I feel like there is some support. It was very recently that these announcements were done, and as well, to me, it was clear a very long time ago that if this was true, then the center of all galaxies had to be black holes. So I predicted that, and then eventually they found that that was the truth, and although I got in a lot of trouble for saying that early, and so on. And so I started to see the infinite potential of everything present in everything. Okay, so now we've got divisions in the vacuum. What dictates those divisions? How is the vacuum structured? If the vacuum is divided in very specific ways, then it must have very specific division structure. Then the vacuum has structure. How can that be? And what would be the structure? I wanted the key to the equation of vacuum division. I wanted the key to the creation of these boundaries. Because if I knew the key, then I could create one of those boundaries. Now, let's go back in time a little bit, and I'm in high school and I'm not doing so good. I'm still not doing so good in the educational system, and it's funny because my father worked with Piaget and is well-respected, child psychologist and so on, and he had all sorts of trouble with me, and at the age of 16, I'm done with the whole thing, and if I have to live doing something else, then that's what I'm going to do. And I decided, since I was a good skier, to become a ski instructor. I was in Alberta at the time, and then eventually in BC, in Canada. And I'm getting tired of it because I'm freezing every day. And I'm tired of freezing every day. And I want to do something else than sit on a cold chairlift. So at the end of one season, I decide, listen, I'm a good scuba diver. Maybe I should try teaching scuba diving in the summer so I don't freeze all year round. So I opened the map and I just pointed. And my finger landed on this island called Isla Mujeres off the coast of Cancun in Mexico. I pulled out my English-Spanish dictionary and translated Isla Mujeres, and it said Island of the Women. And so I was a ski instructor, so I was like, oh, I'm there, So I got to Isla Mujeres and I started teaching scuba diving, and I'm having a good time, and I get a few days off, and it's like, okay, let's go and visit, ancient sites and stuff, something. So I get out there in the buses with the pigs and the chicken and everything, and I'm going through the jungle, and then I come upon these pyramids, Chichen Itza, just out of the jungle, these huge pyramids sticking out, freaky. And I, went and visit, and so I'm taking pictures of the pyramid, and I climb up the stairs, and at the top is shaded, so I'm happy to get there. And I'm sitting in the shade, and I'm kind of doing a little meditation, try to feel something. And I hear, tour guide coming up and with tourists. And I'm listening to what he's saying in the background. And he's talking about how these people move these stones from the quarries that are miles away across the mountains and down and so on, and then brought those stones and put this pyramid together, and how they use copper tools to carve it and all this stuff. And I'm listening to all this, and it's freaking me out, because it's like, I remembered the lessons I had at school about antiquity and so on, and the pyramids of Egypt and so on, and how improbable those theories seemed to me. But, I'm listening, and he's talking about cutting stones with copper tools. I know that copper doesn't cut stone and so on. And I'm having a really hard time with this whole thing, because I'm looking at the dense jungle around me, and I'm like, wow, how did they get those rocks here? And then he talks about how precise this pyramid is, and how it's aligned to the solstice, so that when the shadow hits the corner of the pyramid on that very specific day, it casts a shadow that generates the body of a snake going down the stairs with the head of the snake carved at the end. I've got a pretty good notions of engineering and astronomy and so on, because I've done a lot of study in that, independent studies. And I'm listening to this, and I'm thinking, whoa, man, this is not easy. You can't just whip that out. Or you can't just have the pyramid built and then, like, on the right day, just get Joe to pick it up and align it. Little bit to the left, Joe. That doesn't work. Can't do that. So I'm listening to this, and I'm kind of confused, but I'm interested. And then I start to think, well, wait a minute, I'm looking for a fundamental structure of creation, and there's these buildings, these pyramids everywhere around the world. And I'm thinking, well, why are they all building pyramids? Why did the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Incas, all these people are building pyramids? What's with pyramids? I had come to my own conclusion earlier on. I had thought, well, because I was a ski instructor, and I climbed as well a lot. I love climbing. And I was in nature all the time. I thought, well, if I want to know the structure of the vacuum, if I want to know the structure of space-time at the vacuum level, and if nature is being directed by that structure, I should be able to observe nature and see it. I should be able to deduct it from a good observation of nature. So I was always looking at snow crystals, and when I was climbing at the crystals on the rock, and I was always looking at things and the way branches divides in a tree and all this. And I had come to conclusions that the universal forces, the vacuum division, seemed to always generate a very fundamental, specific geometry, and that geometry was the geometry of a sphere. It makes spheres, little spheres, and bigger spheres, and then assembles them together and gets all sorts of things. But I was thinking, wait a minute, though. The sphere would be the part that's on the outside. The sphere would be the event horizon. The sphere would be the boundary from which things radiate. What I want to know is what's inside that. I want to know what's the geometry that holds the sphere together. How does the sphere pop out in the vacuum? And it wasn't obvious, but I started to study geometry, and I realized that the sphere is the most unstable geometry. It's got the most surface, and it doesn't have structure, so it's the most unstable geometry. So how would it hold together? And I thought, well, it has to have the most stable structure in the middle. And not only would have to be the most stable structure in the middle, whatever the structure was that was holding the sphere, that was dividing the vacuum, that structure had to be in perfect equilibrium, because it had to be able to be observed as the vacuum. That is, if it had infinite amount of density, at the end of the day, when all the density, all the vectors of the geometry would collide at that level, the geometry that would result would have to be in perfect equilibrium so that we would think that it's empty space. That we would think that it's the vacuum. So all that logic had come through, and so I started to study what would be the smallest, the most stable, the most equilibrium geometry I could find. And what I had found is that the exact opposite of the sphere, which is the largest and most unstable, was the tetrahedron. And if we look at a tetrahedron, it's made out of, it's the smallest volume possible, okay, with equal edges and equal faces. And it's made out of 3 faces on top and 1 on the bottom. So 4 faces generates, it's like a pyramid with a triangle base. And this is actually the most stable, fundamental, and the most fundamental geometric structure we can find in nature or in geometry. So I thought, well, okay, it probably has something to do with the tetrahedron inside a sphere. And I had come to those conclusions. So I didn't know why all these ancient people were building pyramids. But I thought maybe when I go home, I'll study it and research a little ancient text and stuff like that. So I go home. I'm living in Whistler, right? And I, went to my local library, which wasn't much. I mean, this is a ski resort. And I'm looking around, and this book pops out at me, and it's called Mystery of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. And I thought that was an appropriate title because I really felt there was some kind of mystery going on there. So I pulled out the book and I opened it randomly, if there is such a thing. And it opened on page 280, I believe. And it had this graphic on it. A tetrahedron inside a sphere. This was the first time I was starting to study ancient texts, and that's the first thing I found. Actually, the solution that I had come up with my own logic and my own geometry and my own math on my own.
So I started to read, and I got the original papers, and I realized that this graphic came from the result of a 20-year investigation of the plaza and the pyramidal structures that are found north of Mexico City. And it has the moon pyramid, the sun pyramid, and the person that did the survey there, did it for the American Society, is Hugh Hollison Jr., I believe. And he came to very amazing conclusions. First of all, when he started to map the whole city at Teotihuacan, he found that the sun pyramid and the moon pyramid and all the other buildings seems to be in appropriate relationship to each other, so to reproduce a map of the solar system, including Pluto and Neptune, which were planets that we didn't discover in modern age until, the early 1900s. So that was very amazing to him that these people would have that knowledge of that. It was very compelling. And he started to, he spent 20 years there surveying the whole thing, and he started to find that there was very specific ratio relationship between the buildings and how they were placed and mapped and all this around the world and around the whole city. And he thought, there's some kind of fundamental code that's being used here to build all this, and maybe there's some kind of fundamental message. And after 20 years of research, he delivered his papers to the American Society, and in it, he mentions that according to his mathematics and the way he mapped this, it seems that everything seemed to be pointing out that we should be looking, or that the mathematics that they use had to do with a tetrahedron inside a sphere. This really stunned me. It was amazing. I mean, I thought I was going to copyright that stuff, and somebody had come up with it a few thousand years before me. It was right there in this book, and so that really got me going in studying ancient texts. But more importantly, at the time, there was a comment that was made in that book that the fundamental equation that Hugh Hollison Jr. used to map this out matched a very specific mathematics of Buckminster Fuller, which related to an isotropic vector metric. And the isotropic vector metric is made out of 20 tetrahedrons. There's 10 on the bottom, 6 on the second level, 3 on top, and 1 on top. It's actually a 4-frequency isotropic vector metric. This fundamental geometry was part of Bucky's concept that the universe had a mathematical geometric blueprint to it, so something very similar to my thoughts, and that blueprint related to this very specific metric. So I got very excited and I started to study it in detail. I looked at it in different angles, and I started to think, well, okay, so if I'm not dealing with just one tetrahedron, then there must be the interaction of the tetrahedrons may have different geometries involved in it. And since I was really investigating the structure of the vacuum, I was very interested in the negative space between the tetrahedrons. So I eliminated the tetrahedrons from the space and extrapolated what was in the middle of it, in between the tetrahedrons. And what I found is that what's in between the tetrahedrons is octahedrons, right? Now, an octahedron is a double bonded pyramid, okay? Emphasis on the word pyramid. This is the cavity between the tetrahedrons of the isotropic vector metric. Can everybody see them there? They're tilted like this. Okay? And you could think of, for instance, if we look at this top one of the points of the pyramid is up here, the other point is back here somewhere, and it's on an angle somewhat like this, right? For you guys to look at. Everybody sees that? Oh, not quite, like this, right? Okay, so I was excited. Oh, here's the pyramids. It kind of linked with the ancient concepts. Okay, well, that's interesting. And then as I kind of traced all the vectors of the pyramid and in my drawings and in my head, I didn't have a computer at the time. I realized there was some strange negative cavities inside the isotropic vector metric. So here's our isotropic vector metric, and here's the cavities that I noticed that were inside it. Now, if there's 20, so let's put it this way, and if we look in between, there's our octahedrons, okay? But in red here, we've demarked that actually there is another set of tetrahedrons in the middle that are pointing inward, that are pointing down, right? And that are rotated from the initial metric. When I found those, I was surprised because this is thought to be an isotropic vector metric. I thought that must be the same everywhere. There shouldn't be any asymmetry. And certainly, I was looking for the geometry of the vacuum, so I was certainly looking for something that was in equilibrium and couldn't have asymmetry in it. So I was surprised. I didn't know what to do with these cavities in the middle. They didn't belong to the octahedrons, and they didn't belong to the tetrahedrons that were pointing up. So I thought, well, there's one thing for sure, is that if the universe is polarized, it cannot be that the geometry of space would have only one polarity of the equation. It would have to have both sides of the equation, and I had to add the reverse metric to it to get the polarity, the male, the female, the plus, the minus, the white, the black, and so on. So I added another metric below it, but when I did so, if I put one metric base to base to the other, if I put another one base to base to this one, then I have another problem. And that is, I don't get a sphere. I get an egg-shaped structure. And I was looking for the sphere. So this was like a chicken and an egg problem, and I was very confused. I was spending a lot of time on this. I'm walking you through things that took years because I was working to survive at the same time. Eventually, I quit my job, sold all my ski equipment so I could move into a van and sponsor my own research with very little cost. And so I was in my van thinking about all this. I didn't have a computer. So I've got these matrices in my head spinning, and I'm doing all this stuff with them. And I don't want to distort the geometry of the metrics. I'm not wanting to push them into each other. So I'm resisting that idea, and I'm trying to figure out how they would work. And then eventually, I came to it. I did push one into the other, which took me a while because I had to render all these vectors in my head. And I realized that when they would be in perfect relationship to each other, then I would get a perfect sphere. However, what got me extremely excited is that when I pushed one into the other and rotated so that it would be in perfect polarization to each other, the central red space that I didn't know were for what were exactly in the right position to accept the reverse metric without having me distort the geometry or remove tetrahedrons or anything like that. So that the polarized metric would actually be incomplete without its better half. And that when the second metric was inserted into it, it would take exactly the spot to create perfect symmetry at the center. And I was really excited because I was looking for perfect symmetry equilibrium. So I started to render in my head what is the geometry of these tetrahedrons coming in the middle. And that's when I realized that the result of the two metric intersecting with each other to create the perfect sphere generated in the middle what is called a cuboctahedron, which is 8 tetrahedron coming together, which was called by Buckminster Fuller the vector equilibrium, the only geometry in which all vectors are in equal proportion to generate perfect equilibrium. I had found the geometry of perfect equilibrium from the polarity of the two isotropic vector metrics coming together. Why is this geometry, for instance, the only geometry that's in perfect equilibrium? Well, I studied a little bit and I realized that actually, if you have vectors of forces and you want to create equilibrium, then you would have, obviously, now, this vector that just popped out could express a force. And we'd say that that force has this specific unit, which relates to the length of the vector. So bigger the vector, stronger the force, smaller the vector, smaller the force. If you wanted equilibrium, you'd send another vector in the exact opposite direction, at the exact same length, and you'd get equilibrium. However, this would be a very precarious equilibrium. Nature could not use that equilibrium because any distortion would make the vector collapse. Any forces in any other direction would break the equilibrium. So it was very unlikely that the universe used that type of equilibrium. Well, what would it do? Because this is unstable. What would it do? Well, if you were trying to get an equilibrium yourself, you would probably say, well, I'll just keep adding vectors. Well, if you add vectors at 90-degree angle from the initial vectors, you're still not going to get equilibrium because now what's going on is that the edge vectors are longer than the vectors to the center, so they're stronger, it implodes, it doesn't work. No equilibrium. So what would you do? You probably continue to add vectors, and you would probably put them at 45 degrees from the initial one. And now you have another problem. That is, the edge vectors are shorter than the vectors to the center. Now the geometry explodes, is still no equilibrium. So what would happen is that you would have to make sure that the geometry's edge vector and vectors to the center are the same length. And the only geometry in which this happens is like the snow crystals, the hexagon, where the edge vectors are the exact same length as the vectors to the center. And if we made a 3D hexagon together, we would get a vector equilibrium, which is made out of 12 vectors radiating from the center and 12 edge-bounded vectors that maintains the structure in perfect equilibrium, or 8 tetrahedrons coming together, all right, to create, a vector equilibrium. So 8 of these coming together to create a vector equilibrium. And so that was really telling. That was really exciting for me. I knew this had to do with what I would have to deal with even if you think in advanced physics, for the physicists here, that, of the structure of space, you could think that the vacuum state is going to infinity. At one point, it would have to reduce to the minimum amount of vector for stability. And that would be 12 vectors. So that's the fundamental basic geometry of equilibrium, but it actually didn't fully work. That is, I still had points on the edge of my metric here, right? I still had vertices on the edge of my metric that had holes in it, right? So there was a symmetry. This middle structure with the two isotropic vector metric was completely filled, but the edge was not. So I had still asymmetry. I still didn't have equilibrium. So I started scratching my head some more, and I thought about it, and I thought about it, and I thought, okay, well, my only solution is to continue to add tetrahedrons until I get equilibrium at all levels. So I continued to add tetrahedrons. I covered the spaces that were open on the edge of the metric. So I had to add 3 tetrahedrons to every edge, which was 8. So that generated 24 more tetrahedrons. So remember, there's 20 tetrahedron in one isotropic vector metric. 2 makes it 40, plus 24 added up to 64 tetrahedron grid. And that, when it came to me. At 64, it all came together. Why is that? Because when I put those added 24 tetrahedron in my head as I was visualizing all this in my van, I realized what I had done. I realized that I had generated a vector equilibrium in the middle, but now I had generated a larger fractal vector equilibrium on the edge. And so now I had a metric that was growing from one vector equilibrium to the other, to the other, to the other. And interestingly, they grew in perfect scale of exactly half the radius, so in harmonic scales or in octaves, if you want. And it was a 3-dimensional fractal. This is actually one of the only true 3-dimensional fractal I believe exists. And it grew radially, which is what I needed for the radiation part. And then I realized something even more significant, is that the fractal growth could be generated from 8 star tetrahedron. So 1 star tetrahedron is 8 tetrahedrons coming together to make an octahedron in the middle. Everybody sees that? 8 star tetrahedron, 8 stars like that coming together, okay, to create the vector equilibrium, right? So 8 of these coming together to create the vector equilibrium. And when I realized that, I saw that the star tetrahedron is 8 tetrahedron pointing out, and that the vector equilibrium is 8 pointing in. And now I had both sides of the event horizon, the radiative side and the contractive side, all in one mathematical metric that was producing both to generate the feedback of creation. I was really excited then. I mean, people would, anyway. My van was bumping around, and it's not because I had a girlfriend. And so so I realized this, and it was like the 8 star tetrahedrons coming together to create the vector equilibrium in the middle. Just like this. And when the whole thing was put together, it would generate a vector equilibrium in the middle, right? The vector equilibrium in the middle. And then it would generate the next fractal vector equilibrium on the outside, right? And so it was a radial growth generating scale in the vacuum. So I was really excited. I thought I found something very significant. I was looking now to solve this and in terms of physics. How does it apply? How does it, emerge in the physics? And as well, I was starting to think, well, this physics must have, angular momentum, must have dynamics to it. This is not a static thing. This is a fluctuating thing. So how does that all compute? And, I was doing research in advanced physics and all this. I came across a graphic on the internet of a phenomenon that's called crop circles. And that graphic was a perfect representation of the fractal structure of space I had just described and found in my van jumping around. Now I know that there is hoaxes out there and hoaxers out there, and I know they make crop circles at night with their gumboots and drinking moonshine and stuff. But there is as well a lot of genuine phenomenon that goes on with these crop circles, where it's not obvious to just write it off as people jumping around with gumboots. Or Doug and Dave out there, having a good time. What got me really interested is that there was a bunch of croppies, people that photographed these things and measured them and all this, that had gone into, they figured out if somebody is trying to talk to us, whoever that is, maybe we should just try to talk back. So they got some gumboots and they went in there and they stomped around in big letters in their field. What do we need to know? And the very next crop circle that came out was this. And that really, struck a chord with me. And if you look carefully, you can see that the way the crops was laid, it made an effect of light and shadow in which you could see the vectors of the tetrahedron that would be creating this metric in three-dimensional space. Now that's not obvious to do in the middle of the night, in the middle of a field. All right? This is not a small thing. It's a large thing, and it's very, very accurate. And then a few weeks later, they seem to insist on the pattern. Another one, just like the first one. And this one with another set of information in the middle. In this case, there was another set of fractal division that was going on in the middle. And when I looked at it closely, I realized that that set of information was the exact same structure of division, those triangle divisions of space, or these tetrahedron division of space, but in this case, pointing in the opposite direction, going inwards towards infinitely small. Never mind the fact that if I overlaid the octahedron part of the 64 tetrahedron grid over top the crop circle, it was a perfect fit. This compelled me to continue to study these things, and as I was studying advanced physics and continuing to advance my theories, and I realized that there was eventually crop circles that were perfect representations of the 64 tetrahedron grid that were emerging in the crops of England. And then vector equilibriums coming out of the crops of England with singularities at their center, including the information about the boundary generated by the tetrahedrons, so that if you knew that each tetrahedron generates its own boundary, then you would add them here and generate this other geometry which has been popularized as the seed of life, and then a crop circle to tell you you've decoded right. And so this was like a code that was being given. I was very excited about that. I continued to study it, and there was very much information that was coming out of the crop circles that had to do with fractals, the way those spheres, okay, each boundaries of the tetrahedrons divide. Here we can see it in another crop circle where the central part of the sphere divisions it has these crescent that seem to indicate rotation, angular momentum, which is what we're going to get into in a minute or after lunch. And then that division of space was fractalized over the field. And then eventually even structures like this that showed these spheres dividing in a rotational pattern. This one, crop circle, right across from a very well-traveled highway, which has Stonehenge on the other side. Okay? Very large crop circle that appeared. And then even larger ones, like so, that showed that spiraling division of space, that dynamic. And now I was starting to really link into I believed I had found a fundamental structure of equilibrium for the vacuum state. Now I had to understand the dynamics that fundamental structure generated in the field equation, the dynamics of it, not the static view of it, but the dynamics of it, the angular momentum, the rotational part of it, the field equation that emerged from it. Because remember, the vacuum state geometry would be the structure that goes towards infinitely small, that collapses into singularity. There's the other side of the equation, the feedback, which is the radiative side, which has all these energy levels and all these dynamics in it, and that had to match to the geometry of space. From this seed, how would the field get generated? I had the static model of the structure of the vacuum, but that was only the vacuum state moving towards infinity. I didn't have the vacuum state generating the electromagnetic radiation from that division of the space. And so I started to, realize that they had to be angular momentum, they had to be spin involved in the space-time manifold to generate that boundary. In order for the vacuum to generate a boundary, it had to have some kind of shearing, and in technical terms, this is called shearing modulus, that would divide the space, that would fracture the structure at very specific intervals. And I was thinking about it, and I was studying and then eventually it came to me, and I realized, and it came to me in different ways. I realized that they had to be gyroscopic reasons. They had to be gyroscopic dynamics of the angular momentum of the metric of space. And I started to study gyroscopic effect, angular momentum and Coriolis forces and all this. And I started to study deeper and deeper in physics, and especially in Einstein field equation, how we dealt with rotation and angular momentum. And I realized that in many cases, we in general try to avoid spin and angular momentum. We try to make things freeze up so that they can get simpler and easier to map out. But when we do that, well, then we most likely lose a very important component. And then I realized that we had done that with something very, very fundamental. And I started to study how Einstein came to his equations and how his equations were solved. So Einstein did this. He basically, in general relativity, he extrapolated that gravity may not be an internal force of an object, but instead the force of that object applied to the structure of space-time itself. And the way you can describe it simply, imagine a surface of a trampoline. And that trampoline has a big ball, a heavy ball on it. Now the surface of the trampoline around the ball is going to curve like this. And that you could call space-time curvature. And if you took another ball and you put it in the trampoline, it would want to rotate or roll or have an orbit around that first ball because of the space-time curvature around it. This is the typical visualization that you get from space-time curvature. When Einstein wrote this idea of this metric, curving and creating this space-time curvature, he didn't solve it. He just threw out the idea, basically. And he published it, and he thought it's going to take a while before this is solved because it's really complex. But there was a German physicist on the Russian front that got a hold of his paper. His name was Carl Schwarzschild. And he thought, hey, let's try solving this. So while dodging bullets and being sick and everything, he solved Einstein field equations. And when he did so, he simplified the equations, he simplified the models so that it would be easier for him to do a first approximation. And the way he did that is that he assumed that the object had no angular momentum, no rotation. Okay? So he solved the equation for something that's not spinning, because it was the first approximation. He sent the result to Einstein, and Einstein was so impressed that it was already solved, that a solution had already been found. He right away sent it to the Prussian Academy and got it published. And so that was the first solution to Einstein field equation, and it's called the Schwarzschild solution, or the Schwarzschild radius. The thing is that when the Schwarzschild radius was solved, when Einstein field equations were solved for the first time, the result of the solution was nothing else than a black hole. Okay? That is, when he tried to solve the solution to calculate how much gravity something produces, you had to have infinite potential in the middle to solve it, meaning it creates a nonlinear infinite potential at the center. His equation predicts black holes. And that's why right away there was talks about how this equation could predict something like a black hole. But, at the time, this was highly theoretical, and nobody had ever thought that they would actually come across a black hole in the universe. So everybody basically ignored that part of the equation. And said, well, we can use the weak curvature to predict, the curvature of light around the sun, or how something would land on how much planets or how much galaxies, they rotate and how they're organized. Now, I was, this was very interesting, that the high curvature of the equation was never truly fully acknowledged, because when you approach the center of the equation with the curvature of space-time, the equation of Einstein goes towards infinity. So remember I was telling you everything is a black hole because it's divisible to infinity? Well, here you have Einstein field equation telling you that it is so. That in fact you need that singularity in the middle in order to even calculate the weak curvature. And basically what we did is we used the weak part and we just let go of the other part unless it was called a black hole. What I'm saying here is that that first approximation had no rotation and predicted black holes. Okay? So eventually, with Elizabeth Rauscher, we wrote a paper. This is the title of the paper, The Origin of Spin, a consideration of torque and Coriolis forces in Einstein field equations and grand unification theory. This is a paper that's in peer review right now. It's a result of what I'm talking to you about. This is a new solution to Einstein field equations. Okay? There was a solution that was given to Einstein field equation after Karl Schwarzschild. It took a very long time. It wasn't given until 1965. In 1965, the Kerr and Newman solution was rendered, in which you had a black hole, or the object was allowed to spin and have charge. So it had spin, angular momentum, and charge. And it took all the way from Einstein writing these equations to 1965 before that was able to be figured out. So you can imagine the complexity. And this is basically the solution that's mostly used to interpret what we see around stars, black holes, galaxies, and all this. There's a problem though. When you take these solutions and you apply them, for instance, to a galaxy or to the universal size, the result of the equation does not match observation. Okay? The result of the equation only predicts 4% of what we see out there. All right? That is, in order for the universe to look the way it does, or for a galaxy to look the way it does, with the amount of mass that we are seeing in that galaxy or in the universe, and when we put it in the Einstein field equation, it doesn't match. What they have to do, and what they've done, which I believe is a complete cop-out, is that they've added the 98 or 96% of the mass that's missing and the energy that's missing. They called it dark matter and dark energy. It's very, very convenient. Instead of revising the equation, they assume that it's something out there that they cannot measure and that they cannot see. So that's very convenient, because who can tell them it's wrong? Right? They've been looking for dark matter and dark energy since then. I mean, it's been, almost, at least 10 years of, funding and detectors and all sorts of experiments to detect dark matter and dark energy. Now, I think they will detect something. However, I don't think it's going to be what they think it is. I think the error is in the equation. And the error in the equation is describing, if this error would be corrected, would describe something that's out there, but that's not dark matter or dark energy. It's only a force that allows these dynamics to happen. And that force, I realized, had been omitted. And I'm going to show you how I found that out. I studied the Kerr-Newman solution that had finally added rotation into the space-time so that if an object was rotating, they could calculate that as well. The thing is when they did so, they wanted to get rid of complexity as well. Because angular momentum and gyroscopic effects are so complex, they did something very strange. They decided to eliminate the gyroscopic effects of rotation, like eliminating Coriolis forces and torque and things like precession and all this. Well, how would you do that? Well, the way they did this is that they attached the frame of reference to the rotating metric so that there would be no force. Now, this is a little trick that's used in physics and that really tweaks the results. And because this is buried under enormous amount of complexity and very little people on this planet understand these complexities, it is not being noticed until now. Now, what they did is this. Imagine this. You've got a shaft that's turning, maybe on the lathe here, right? Or maybe there's a V8 motor spinning this shaft, right? And it's spinning at 5,000 RPM and you're in front of it. And in a moment of illumination or in a moment of extreme stupidity, you grab onto that shaft, all right, with all your might. Well, you're going to experience some effects, okay? Those effects have to do with shearing, like your skin flying off, you know, heating, like smoke coming off your fingers, you know, all sorts of effects like this that are certainly uncomfortable and that have to do with the force of torque applied now to your hands, right? That's forcing that shaft to spin. All the, 300 horsepower of that V8 motor spinning that shaft. Well, if I grabbed you at the exact moment that you went to grab that shaft, if I grabbed you on your center of gravity and spinned you at the exact same rate, you would feel no force. You would feel no effects in your hand. It would be stationary relative to you. You see? However, I could still say that I'm accounting for angular momentum because I could count the turns that you're going around. So I would have a frequency rate of angular momentum. You see? And that's what they did. Why did they do this way? It actually goes all the way back to a fundamental assumption that was made, that things are spinning in a frictionless environment forever. That is, the assumption is, because if you ask a physicist, what is making the Earth spin? They'll tell you it's because it's in the solar system that's spinning. Then you say, well, what's making the solar system spin? They say, well, it's in the galaxy that's spinning. Well, what's making that spin? Well, that's in the supercluster. Well, what's making that spin? Well, that all started in the Big Bang. You see, son? If it had the Big Bang... Sorry, I'm being cheeky. There was the Big Bang, and then all the energy through everything spinning, and it's been spinning in a frictionless environment since then. So we don't have to account for spin because it's inherent to the Big Bang. First of all, that doesn't tell you where the energy came from
to generate that moment of impulse, but certainly it's a very, very large generalization, because when you look around, we just happen not to be in a frictionless environment. I mean, it's the same thing at the atomic level. They tell you that electrons spin perpetually because of being in a frictionless environment. They got spinning at the Big Bang, and they're still spinning now at 99.9 something the speed of light, right? Those electrons. Now that's a lot of spin for a long time. And when you look out there, it just happens that it would be true if there's only one atom in the universe. But as soon as you have two atoms, now you have interacting fields. You have friction, you have collision, you have all sorts of things happening. Gravitational fields acting on each other. Not only that, in order for that statement to be true, then all objects would have to be solid, true and true, homogeneous, which we know they're not. For instance, the layers of the sun rotate at different rates and have huge amount of frictions between them. Think of the inside of the Earth. Is the inside of the Earth spinning in a frictionless environment? I don't think so. It's spinning at a different rate as the surface, obviously because we're getting a magnetic field resulting from a dynamo effect. So what's making the inside dynamo spin against the mantle? You're talking molten lava, not frictionless. Not frictionless at all. Solar winds in our solar system, the gravitational pull of the Earth. You see, here I have two eggs, and don't worry, I'm not going to throw them at you guys. That would be a first, eh? The presenter throws eggs. Bad crowd. Here I have a hard-boiled egg. Fairly, constant density, true and true. Okay? Here, an unboiled egg. High level of viscosity in the middle. Okay? I'm going to spin the hard-boiled egg on the floor. Now imagine this hard-boiled egg was in a frictionless environment, or a very low friction environment. It could spin, oops, let me try that again. It could spin constantly and homogeneously as it does here and slow down, but that's mostly because of friction on the floor, right? Now let's imagine that it was frictionless, but you could see how that could be possible. But now, let's try to spin an egg that has high viscosity at its core. It stops very quickly. Most of the angular momentum is absorbed by the viscosity of the central core of the egg. Galaxies are just like a non-boiled egg. It has all sorts of density, plasma density change, all sorts of friction, and all sorts of different levels of viscosity, and so is the center of the Earth. There is actually currently no appropriate geological description on how the moment of inertia of our inner core of the Earth occur. How do we get a magnetic field, and what's spinning that dynamo in the center of the Earth? Did you guys have bicycles when you were kids that had those little dynamo on the wheel that created enough current to put up a light in front so you could see at night? Well, in order to spin the dynamo, you still have to pedal. So there's got to be somebody pedaling. There's got to be something forcing things to spin. The new solution that we wrote detached the frame of reference from the rotating metric so that we have an appropriate description of the physics at hand. And the result is that you have torque and Coriolis forces applied to the system directly from the space-time manifold. So let's go back to the analogy of Einstein's field equation of the trampoline curving to generate gravity. So basically Einstein said gravity is the result of space-time curving like the surface of a trampoline. And basically what we say in this paper is that yes, and when space-time curve, it doesn't just curve, but it curls, just like water going down the drain, and that generates spin, angular momentum. And that's the source of the spin of all things. And that is an appropriate way to actually describe physics of angular momentum in the universe. So when we add torque to space-time, the solution gives us a very different picture than a perfect sphere. It generates a torus structure, okay, which is a sphere with two holes in the middle at the north and south pole. And because it has Coriolis forces are the forces that makes water rotate in one direction in the north hemisphere and in the other in the south hemisphere, that makes hurricanes rotate in the opposite direction, that makes plasma dynamics on the sun rotate in the opposite direction. Because Coriolis forces were added to the equation, so what we did is we added a term for torque and the Coriolis forces as a secondary rank tensor on the space-time manifold, the result is a double torus structure, a double torus manifold that has this dynamic, which is viewed here from above as a rotating yin-yang sign, if you'd like. Right. And so that's quite a different picture. And it's quite a different view of the universe, because now space-time is the source for spin, for Coriolis forces, for the magnetic fields, and now we can start to drive the whole equations of creation based on this space-time torque, generating even gravity and electromagnetic radiation. Because you see, now we have a direct balance equation. This is the next paper we're writing right now, is the balance equation that shows that there's a balance between how much space-time torque, how much force is applied on the system, and how much shearing that generates, and how much radiation the system outputs. So now you have a feedback between the gravitational field and the space-time torque. And that was the dynamics that I was looking for. If we look at the torus, from above, what's in the middle? Space, vacuum. The middle of the donut has a hole. This is where singularity would be in the center of a black hole. So at the center of the space-time manifold, where we would expect the Planck's distance at singularity, we find the vacuum state polarization. This is why the vacuum has polarity and structure, because space-time has angular momentum, is rotating, which generates acts of rotation that generates structure in the space-time manifold. And so we approach the center of the torus, we approach that point towards the Planck's distance, and we used group theoretical models to look into there and solve that point for subatomic particle. And when we were able to solve all the subatomic particles, okay, for that point, all the particles we observed, subatomic particles for that point, which were now linked in our mathematics to the space-time manifold for Einstein field equation for large objects, when we went to that point, the solution gave us a vector equilibrium. Okay? This is a solution given out of a set of mathematics that had nothing to do with my instinctive and logical thoughts that brought me to believe that this had to be the geometry of the vacuum, the geometry of singularity. Yet the mathematics totally confirmed it. This all came together in a beautiful way that generates a full unified field theory in which the dynamics of space-time is that feedback loop between the gravitational field going in and the electromagnetic field going out, and the center vacuum structure, the singularity, which is the fractal space-time grid that defines that field equation. All put together, you get all the particles of subatomic particles and all the mathematics you need to solve gravitational fields, the electromagnetic field, the strong and weak force. Thank you. So there's still a lot of complexity built in. I think that complexity is going to really reduce when this is fully understood, because I believe we can make way with the strong and weak force. I think those are inventions of humans. They have nothing to do with reality. They have nothing to do with the atom. You see, what happened is they discovered nuclei of the atom, and they found that there was protons in it. Those are highly charged, positively charged particles. If you take two positive magnets and you try to push them together, you're going to get a repelling effect, right? Now, when they calculated how much force you would need to push these particles into a nuclei of an atom, those protons all squashed together, that close together, they calculated the force you need to do that had to be extraordinary. And so they said, that can't be gravity, so we'll just invent a new force. We'll call it the strong force. It's strong. And what are we going to do? We're gonna make it be mediated by gluons, because it's gluing everything together. Well, okay, that's one approach to physics, and then you can say, well, you know, it's there because we calculated it, but you didn't really ever experience it. You'd never even measured it. You just think it's there because you can't imagine how those protons could be together without it. Then they found the quarks, and they said the quarks are inside. You see, inside the protons, so they are squashed even smaller. So then they had to have an even stronger force. But they didn't want to add another force. I mean, that would look goofy, right? So they just said, well, that's the color force, and actually the strong force is just a residual force of the color force that's really strong in the middle. Well, if you make calculations for a black hole atom, and you calculate how much gravity there is at the nuclei level of a black hole that size, you have exactly the force you need to keep the atom together, to keep the nuclei together. You don't need the strong force. You're dealing with gravity in the vicinity of a singularity. You understand? And so now you can make away with that force. And so that starts to change your picture of the weak interaction and all this as well.
I would like to interrupt this presentation to give a little more details for the more technical audience. Here I'm describing the atom as a mini black hole. Many would say the atom doesn't have the mass necessary to be described as a mini black hole. However, in this presentation and in my research, I have come to conclude that the atom is interacting with a very highly structured dynamic vacuum, feeding it its energy potential and its density. And as we've seen in the presentation, the density of that vacuum is extremely large. I believe the vacuum is a highly structured, coherent energy that is feeding the atom and that is producing the dynamics that we see as particles and electron dynamics. In this view, then, the strong force becomes the gravitational force in the vicinity of a mini black hole produced by the vacuum structure. The electron is spinning at near the speed of light as a result of it being in the vicinity of the event horizon of that mini black hole. All this gives us a brand new picture of the physics of creation. Let's continue with our presentation.
What I'm bringing in is that, wait a minute, by modifying Einstein field equation, we might be able to solve for all this and not need so much quantum theory, which is quite a change in the optics. This is one of the things that Einstein believed all of his life. That's why he was never keen on quantum theory. That's why people say that he dropped out after he wrote his field equation. He didn't really want to participate anymore. He believed that with his equation, he should be able to solve all the way down to the subatomic particle. And he actually got really close, I believe, at one time, because a French mathematician contacted him was giving him solution to his own equation that incorporated torsion. Torsion is the distortion of an object. If you apply torque to an object, imagine you have a 2x4, and you hold the bottom and you twist the top, you're going to get a distortion of the object. Okay, that's called torsion. And so this is Élie Cartan, thought that, you know, maybe we could solve Einstein field equation just by describing the torsion or the distortion of space-time around a gravitational field. And he solved it. The thing is he solved it, and it gives the exact same answer as Einstein field equation. So everybody said, well, it doesn't teach us anything more, and it's more complex, so they dropped it. The only thing is that in order for something to distort, you have to have torque in the first place. And that they never went to. They never added the torque to the space-time manifold. If you are missing 98% the mass of the universe, okay, you most likely missed the source of force that is creating what you are observing. And I believe that source to be space-time torque. Okay, the force that spins a galaxy. Imagine if you had to build a motor, how many horsepower you would need to spin one galaxy with 300 billion stars in it. A lot of force. Imagine how much force you would be missing if you didn't account for that engine. Right? That would be like analyzing the wheels of your car, okay, and all its dynamics, its mass, its angular momentum, and everything, but omitting to add to an analysis the V8 engine that's spinning it. Now, when you look in nature, you can see these dynamics. Look at this. This is a galaxy, okay? And galaxies have galactic halos. Can everybody see this? It's like a very fade, big sphere around the galaxy. And when, when we look at galaxy, typically we only think of the galactic disk, right? And that's because in the galactic disk, there's the most amount of density because the sphere around a galaxy has a huge surface, so things spread apart, so it's not as easy to see. But there's actually more stars in the galactic halo around galaxies than in the galactic disks. And then here, you can definitely see a huge vortex going into the black hole at the center of the galaxy. We can't see the one below it because, these are very far away and we don't have that great of optics and so on. But we know that in general, there is always or typically two huge vortex going into center of black holes. In the case of our galaxy, that vortex is, I believe, 3 on the north pole of our galaxy, if you're looking from our perspective, is 3,000 light years long. 3,000 light years long. This is, at the speed of light, it would take still 3,000 years to get to the end of the vortex. And it's filled with gases and high velocity dynamics and high energy dynamics, enough that it's actually visible thousands and thousands of light years away from it. Imagine how much torque you need to produce that. Isn't that an obvious example of water going down the drain? Okay, now you'd say, well, wait a minute, when we see these vortices and we follow the particles, they're spitting out. Okay? Well, okay, if water is going down your drain, air has to move out of the drain for water to come down. That's the exchange. We only see the outside of the event horizon. We only see the radiating part of the event horizon. We don't see the space-time torque going into it to force the system to have angular momentum. And so the result is that we live inside a black hole. That's why it's black out there at night, okay? And what we see inside that black hole are smaller black holes, smaller scale black holes, that we're on the outside of. So what do they look like? Radiating stars, radiating objects. Because we're on the outside, we're seeing the plasma Coriolis forces dynamics on the outside of the thing. We see the radiative side, we don't know about the contractive side, and that's why most of our physics is based on the radiation. But there's an exchange between the two, and this is the exchange I'm showing here, and that we calculated. These are very large objects, blazars, quasars. They're all being photographed to have these huge vortices. They're enormous. We see them at all scales. This is a quasar. So here you can see 10 to the 6 light years long is this vortex. That is 1,000,000 light years long. Okay? 1,000,000 light years long vortex. At the speed of light, 1,000,000 years to get to the end of it. And these things are spinning at near the speed of light when they arrive at the event horizon of the black hole. So very, very high torque. Big engines out there that are not being calculated. Now this is the different scale. Those are called microquasars. We find those even inside our own galaxy. And in this case, the vortex is only 3 light years long. So now you're starting to see the scalar dynamics, the scale change, the fractal nature of the division of space. From quasars to microquasars to collapsed stars or supernovae, we see the same dynamics, the same vortex. Look at this vortex dynamic on this pulsar, which is the result of a supernova explosion. Have you ever seen articles in a layman physics magazine where it says the death of a star explode into a supernova? Okay. We haven't ever experienced the death of anything. We haven't observed that. We really haven't. All we've observed is things changing state. Okay? For instance, I'm not talking esoterically here. For instance, people have all sorts of debate about if life continues after death or eternal or whatever. You don't need to be esoteric. Just take, what you got and extrapolate from it. You have a few billion atoms. There's there's a lot of cells. There's 100 trillion cells in a human body. And they're all organized in an organized matter. And then all of a sudden, they disorganize. Okay? However, all these atoms are still spinning. You haven't lost one. Okay? They're still out there. They're still spinning. In fact, you might be made out of the atoms of your neighbor. And your neighbor might be made out of your atoms. And so there's no evidence that things actually stop. Because if there is space-time torque going to singularity in each point, then there is angular momentum at all levels and things continue spinning no matter what. What I'm saying is that the friction that's out there is overcome by the space-time torque. So, and that makes it appear as a frictionless environment. So we don't see death. We just see things changing levels of organization, changing scales. And when we see a star exploding, right, they call it the death of a star. But when they focus on that same area afterwards, what do they see? They see a pulsar. Oh, that's nice. They just changed the name from star to pulsar, so the star is dead and the pulsar is born. Let me give you an example. If you were a camera inside a woman's womb, and this woman was pregnant, you would see life developing in that womb. And after 9 months, you would have probably a pretty good relationship with this life inside the woman's womb. All of a sudden, there's a big earthquake in your world, and waters disappear, and there's an opening that opens in the little black hole at the end of this hip joint, and this being that you had a relationship with disappears through that hole. You would experience death. You would think this being is dead. The person on the other side experienced life crossing the event horizon. Right? So what I'm saying is that our mathematics and our views have now shown us that actually pulsars and supernovae explosions are the result of stars when space-time is torqued into a certain radius, and it generates material inside, so that the Big Bang is only one of those events that generated the atoms of our universe, that atoms are actually being manufactured at the singularity of black holes. And that's the exchange of those atoms coming out, those vortices, as the space-time torque influence those black holes. And when those particles get out of there, they are stuck in the gravitational field of that black hole and accrete on the surface of the event horizon, as well as other atoms that are created by that black hole as it travels through space. And when it accretes too much material, it becomes unbalanced. There's too much radiation for the contractive torque force at the center of the system. The system slows down too much, and the instability generates an explosion. It blows up. What it does, it releases a layer of material so it can regain stability. And so that's what we see. And then it regains stability, and when it does, guess what? The radius is much shorter. The ballerina has brought her arm in, so the thing spins way fast, like a pulsar. Okay? And then if it's fast enough, then we call it a black hole, and we say, look, the star made a black hole. And what I'm saying is, no, the black hole was always there. What we observe now is the dynamics of that black hole much closer to the event horizon, so we see the X-ray emission and all this stuff that we wouldn't observe before. By the way, all these things are X-ray emitters, from atoms all the way down to up to galaxies and so on. So so do you see how the picture is a little different? Now we start to see the universe as cycles in space. Okay, instead of start, stop, start, stop. And you start to see that maybe, just maybe, that's how our universe was created. An enormous black hole that became unstable and blew out a certain amount of its ergosphere, a certain amount of its plasma, which generated all the rest of the stuff we see today. And that those cycles most likely go on and go on and go on forever. Even the dynamics of the Earth plasma, like the dynamics of the Earth stratosphere and the way hurricanes and weather systems move around the Earth, obeys those conditions. That is, the weather systems go from the North Pole down to the equator and then back up. And from the South Pole up to the equator and then back down. They don't cross over. And so on. So there is those dynamics, those plasma dynamics are seen at all levels. In the sun dynamics, we see the exact same pattern, that double torus pattern, in the dynamics of the plasma around the sun. So, and what we see in these dynamics, we see Coriolis force, and in the center of these vortices, what do we see? We see a black spot. We call it a sunspot. And typically we've been told that sunspots are surface events, and I debated this for 15 years, and finally they're finding out that they're not. They're vortices going towards the middle of the sun. Because what you're seeing in a sunspot is a vortex, Coriolis forces going towards singularity, and that's why they're most commonly matched by another one on the exact opposite side, right, that meets at the center. So those dynamics between the sphere dynamics and the geometry of space that we saw earlier, between the field dynamics, which would be the sphere around each tetrahedron, and the structure of the vacuum that generates it, that maintains it, we can see that these dynamics are actually present at all levels, even at the biological level, as I was saying earlier. And even you got here by going through these vectorial array dynamics in the womb of your mothers. I point that out all the time. It's like, you want a proof of the fractal nature of space? Well, have you not noticed? People take that for granted. People come out of other people. It's an amazing thing. They do. I mean, I have pictures of my mom with her grandmother, with her grandmother, and like the cousins and everything, and you can see the fractal link of all the mothers, you know, through space-time. I mean, it's freaky. People coming out of other people. I mean, it's pretty obvious it's a fractal structure. And so when you look at the way it happens, even a woman's womb, well, the first cell divides into two, and then the two into four. And when they do four, they arrange into a tetrahedral array. And then these four divides into four again, into two each, making 8, and those 8 arrange in a star tetrahedron array. In all of this, you're starting to see, in any case, that this very fundamental geometry is actually how you emerged into this world. You went through that structure in order to get here, and you went through it through the molecular interactions of water. And if we look at what really generates this placements of molecules or cells, well, there's a strand of code inside the nucleus of cell that we call the DNA code. And this DNA code is really, you know, an interesting thing, because if we look at the dynamics of that code, it has that spiral kind of torque field look to it. And assuming that these energy levels for cells are correct, and that we can actually describe the cells as like mini black holes interacting things, we would see that at the nuclei, we would see that at the center of the cell, we would see these spiral-like structures. But, and you know, there is a lot of code in your body for you to be here. The complexity is outrageous. I mean, seriously outrageous. If you take the DNA that's in your body, in each cell, there's approximately 6 feet of DNA. And if you put all these strands of DNA end to end, you could wrap it around the world 5 million times around the world, 4 to 5 million times around the world. 4 to 5 million times around the world. That is inside your body right now for you to be able to function, so that all the cells know what everybody else is doing, and everybody is organized, and all the information is moving through, and all this is happening because there's a fundamental codonic interaction of the proteins that permits it. And guess what that code is based on? Well, the codon structure of DNA are based on a 4 to the third, you know, relationship, which is 64 codon possibilities of combination. I find it interesting that this, you know, 64 possibility codes that generates the amino acids of DNA and so on matches what we call the affine connection metrical space that Einstein used to produce his field equation, the space-time manifold. It's called the affine connection, and it has a 64-element metric that generates a component for the space-time manifold structures. So then we have a direct link here between the space-time information, the space-time torque, and the way DNA is. Like DNA is like the transducer from space-time information moving through into the world and gathering information. You're like a probe for space-time looking back at itself from the outside and gathering information about its existence. Now, please don't go to your shrink and say, I think I'm a space-time probe, because you might get in trouble. But this is a very exciting kind of view that, like, we're starting to see the relationship between the space-time structure and the biology, and how biology moves through things.
In the summer of 1994, while living in the mountains of Western Canada, Harameina, after months of following the developments of the Shoemaker-Levy comet, decided to pack his small personal telescope onto his rucksack and scale the closest, highest peak, so that he may observe the comet colliding with the surface of Jupiter. Weeks prior to the event, the media, reporting from the astrophysical community, stated that none of the impacts would be visible to the amateur observer, and that these impacts may even be difficult for the high-powered telescopes to observe. Haramein, however, disagreed. To him, the impact of these high-velocity objects composed of H2O provided all the chemistry necessary for a fiery show, and Haramein was not about to miss it. Sitting on the summit of Mount Wedge, Haramein night after night witnessed the awesome and spectacular event. In some cases, flames the size of Canada emerged from the impact coordinates, leaving behind enormous black depressions, visible even with weak telescopic capacity.
So one of those nights I was on the summit, and it was just a magical moment. On one side I had low cloud coverage over the peaks that were below me, and I could see the lightning lighting up those clouds. And on the other side I had the sun setting, and the moon was rising, and it was just the most clear night. And I was looking at Jupiter through my telescope, and I started to think of the surface feature of Jupiter and that huge red spot, almost 1.5 times the size of the Earth on Jupiter, that constantly, steadily stays at the same latitude. And I thought, what about that dynamic? Is that staying there for some particular reason? What is forcing that huge vortex of Coriolis dynamics to stay at that latitude all the time? You'd expect that it would dissipate eventually, you'd expect that it would move in latitude, go all over the place, but it doesn't. And I thought, what if that structure on the surface of Jupiter is staying there because of the dynamics of the structure of the vacuum, the tetrahedron inside the sphere dictating that energy event to happen at that particular spot on Jupiter.
Upon his return, Haramein began to investigate. He found that not only did the red spot on Jupiter orbit very close to the magical 19.47 latitude of the tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere, but that many other planets exhibited similar dynamics. Haramein was not the only one to have noted this phenomenon. At the time, Richard C. Hoagland, former science consultant to Walter Cronkite, CBS News, CNN, and NASA, had come to conclude that some hyperdimensional tetrahedral dynamics had to be at play in planetary structures. He noted that not only did the red spot on Jupiter exhibit the appropriate geometric latitude, but that many other planetary energy events were consistent with this geometry. The largest volcano in our solar system, Olympus Mons on Mars, is situated near 19.47 north latitude. Hoagland used this perspective as well to predict energy phenomena at specific latitudes on other planets that were later confirmed by NASA's probe photographs.
So I applied the same geometry to the Earth, and I realized that if you put a tetrahedron inside the Earth so that one point is at the South Pole and the other points are at 19.47 latitude on the surface of the Earth in the North Hemisphere. And I looked around to see what was there, and sure enough, I found the most active volcanoes on Earth, the Hawaiian volcanoes, exactly at that latitude. And then I went along that latitude and I found the city of Titicaca, north of Mexico City, to be at that latitude as well, which is quite remarkable. As we saw in the presentation, the mathematics of that city were decoded by Hugh Hollison Jr. to describe the dynamics of a sphere with a tetrahedron in it. And so not only does the city have these mathematics in it, but the city itself on the surface of the Earth is at that latitude that demarked the relationship of a tetrahedron and a sphere. Remarkable.
However, Haramein's model predicted a 64-cube octahedron structure as the dynamics of the vacuum, and thus he wondered if they could be even clearer resolutions of the other intermediary angles produced by this more complex geometry. If so, it would give observational evidence that the structure of the vacuum is a result of the more complex array of an octahedron-tetrahedron matrix. Haramein looked at the bands of both Jupiter and Saturn and was amazed to find how closely these bands obey the angle relationship of the 64 tetrahedron grid. Furthermore, the recent data returned by the Cassini probe confirmed the presence of an enormous hexagonal feature on the north pole of Saturn, first imaged almost 27 years ago and still persistent to this day. The hexagonal structure, which is completely unexpected in standard models, not only obeyed the latitude dictated by the 64 tetrahedron grid, but is fundamental to the geometry of the cube octahedron at the center of Haramein's conceptual model and mathematics. Even more compelling is the recent imaging returned by the same probe of the south pole of Saturn, which in this case portrays an enormous vortex that seemed to be absorbing matter in a whirlpool. The South Pole vortex leads to the center of the planet, as would the double torus dynamic resulting from the structure of the vacuum, as Haramein's model would predict. Our local star, the Sun, is no exception to this phenomenon. Hot bands of high-energy plasma and intense sunspot activity are found to stabilize at approximately 19.47 degrees latitude north and south. Our Sun follows a very regular 11-year cycle in which the Sun periodically flips its poles and increases its radiation intensity. The last solar maximum occurred in 2001, making the following maximum the year 2012. This date is in direct agreement with the so-called solar Mayan calendar and codices, still one of the most accurate calendars on Earth, which predicts that 2012 would mark a change in the Sun's quality, resulting from a much larger cycle where our Sun would transition from the fifth sun to the sixth sun. Haramein believes that these ancient traditions may have been tracking the larger cycles of the position of our solar system relative to the galactic disk. Our Sun is located approximately 26,000 light years from the galactic center and orbits our galactic disk approximately once every 250 million years. However, our Sun rotates along the galactic arm in a periodicity of approximately 60 million years, whereby the Sun crosses the equator of our galactic disk once every 30 million years.
So when we look at the dynamic of our galaxy, and based on the equations we wrote with Einstein field equations with a torque term in it, the manifold of our galaxy is no longer, in terms of geometry of space-time, is no longer a sphere, but it's actually a double torus structure with vortices which are visible. We know there's a huge vortex coming out the center of our galaxy. At the North Pole, we've been able to measure it, the North Pole of the galaxy, if we want to call it that way. And it's a large vortex, 3,000 light years long. And we know that the galaxy looks like a disk. And so those are the dynamics of the double torus, with a torus on top and a torus on the bottom, like a sphere with two vortices and an equatorial disk. Well, our solar system is in an arm coming out of the huge black hole in the center of our galaxy. And that arm is rotating away from the center, and our solar system is stuck in that galactic arm, is rotating in that galactic arm, and it passes back and forth across the galactic equator, where the space-time manifold flattens and where you would get the maximum amount of radiation, galactic cosmic rays, which are particles that are accelerated throughout the galaxy and that are hitting matter as they go along and creating gamma rays and all sorts of dynamics. Now, when we passed that equator, I realized that that may be where the ancient Mayans and the solar calendar and all this was describing that there was going to be an energy increase, an energy event in our solar system resulting from our relationship to the galactic center, which they talked about a lot. And that when we cross the galactic equator, we would get bombarded with more galactic cosmic rays that would activate the plasma dynamic of our sun, and that the sun may go through a larger cycle in which in that moment it gets hotter and more active than it was in between when we're not going through the galactic equator. The Mayans said that that was going to occur around 2012, and I started to study the solar cycle, and I realized that the sun flipped its poles every 11 years, and that every 11 years it would get hotter, more active, and then cooler and less active in between the 11-year cycle. I realized as well that the last cycle would occur approximately in 2000-2001. Adding 11 years to that matched the solar calendar of the Mayan, in which the sun would flip this pole and get active again in 2012. However, I deduced from the research, from my understanding of the mechanics of the physics and astrophysics of our sun, from my equations describing the plasma dynamics on the surface of the sun, my balance equation that describe a relationship between the gravitational side of our sun dynamics and the electromagnetic side of our sun, that all these components put together would make this specific 11-year cycle between 2001 and 2012 most likely a much more active and a much more dynamic cycle than anything we've seen before since we've been recording since approximately Galileo.
Recently, scientific papers have emerged using simulations based on previous data, which predict that our current solar cycle is going to be 30 to 50% more active than the previous cycle. As Harameina notes, when the larger galactic cycle is considered, then our current solar cycle may develop into one of the most active cycles ever recorded. Applying the Haramein-Roscher scaling law and his balance equation that relates the gravitational and electromagnetic components, Haramein further theorizes that our own sun's power levels may be driven by a small singularity at its center that he calls a white hole black hole, where hole is W-H-O-L-E. In this scenario, the information transfer dynamic across the white hole-black hole boundary event horizon drives the fusion structure of our sun. Haramein points out that these dynamics would produce dark, cooler regions that we call sunspots, which are actual vortices of material and electromagnetic radiation being sucked in towards the centering singularity, resulting in an elongation of the electromagnetic waveforms, generating high X-ray emissions in those regions, just as one would expect from material falling into the event horizon of a black hole. In this recent footage of the sun's outer limb returned from the Japanese space telescope called Hinode, astronomers were startled at what they saw. Where they expected to see large prominence of plasma ejections blowing into space, They were startled to find these ejections crashing down onto the sun's surface as if they were collapsing from exhaustion and being sucked into the sun and reabsorbed. Leading astrophysicist Dr. Leon Golub of the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics described these dynamics as impossible in the context of our current understanding of the sun's physics. However, Haramein's model predicts, as clearly seen in this footage, that a portion of the plasma ejections from the sun would be absorbed by the large vorticular sunspot activity produced by the centering singularity of our sun. Furthermore, as the sunspot activity increases, so do the radiation levels. Therefore, an increase in sunspot activity would result in an increase in radiation in the whole of our solar system. Since the sun is 99.8% of the mass of our solar system, even a few degrees change in our sun's radial heat would have large consequences in the overall temperature of the Earth and its weather patterns. Haramein notes as well that the increase in solar flare strength that has been observed in the past few years, such as the record-breaking solar flare of November 2003, projects highly ionized plasma particles into our solar system, which eventually get caught in the magnetic lines of our Earth and are transported to the poles, geomagnetic vortices, thereby heating up the atmosphere and the ice caps, resulting in the accelerated meltdown of the ice sheets. The increase in atmospheric temperature is further compounded by the greenhouse effect, where pollutants trap the heat as in an immense blanket inside the atmosphere. New data from the NASA experts resulting from satellite photography shows that the Greenland ice sheets are melting 2 times faster than previously expected. And new estimates predict that there may be a significant increase in sea levels over the next 10 to 100 years. And since many of the largest cities in the world are at sea level, such a change would have a dramatic effect on our society as a whole. The fresh water being dumped into our oceans will have large impacts on our climates, and already the Gulf Stream current has been reported to have slowed down by 30%, the effects of which are only now beginning to be seen with increased hurricane activity, storms, and temperature extremes.
These changes, interestingly, have been predicted by many ancient civilizations throughout the ages, talking about this moment in history as a moment in which we were going to encounter large changes on our planet, and that was going to be a precursor to a change in mentality, a change in society, a change in technology that would be forced out of this large, somewhat cataclysmic change on our planet. Some of that technology is emerging now, and I'm very excited about it. We may find ourselves living in a completely different society very shortly. I'm meaning within the next 15 years, we might start to see technologies that allow us to beat the gravitational field and levitate things, move off the surface of our planet, and really give the Earth back to the Earth, allowing the Earth to become the garden again, and us living in a completely different relationship.
Recent experiments by NASA have now shown that by rotating a superconductive ring, a significant reduction in weight is achieved. These are preliminary experiments that are rapidly moving towards our capacity to transcend the gravitational field and make gravitational drives commonplace.
I call it getting the Z-ax. We've been living in a two-dimensional world, and we're learning now. I think we're going to arrive to the point where we're going to be able to move up and gain a whole new perspective on our relationship to our planet and our solar system, and as a whole, our universe. So that's exciting. let's go into a little bit of we saw that the biology seems to interact with all this information, and it seems to confirm a lot of the information. So we can come at it from different perspectives. And one of the perspectives I was coming at it from is the geometric perspective, obviously. And I was playing with the interaction of the spheres interacting. If you put a sphere around each tetrahedron of vector equilibrium, they will intersect. Or if you put a sphere around each tetrahedron of a star tetrahedron, they will intersect. The intersection pattern looks like this. It looks like petals or lobes. Interestingly, the lobes, vertices, match the vertices of the octahedron cavity inside the metric. That is, they don't fall at weird angles or anything. They just fall directly at the vertices of the geometry. So now you have curved space interacting with linear geometric space. And I start to ask myself these questions, like, what are these lobe-type structures? Now, let's go back in time. I was still in my van. This was like 4 years later, right? And still studying, and I was reading a lot of physics about waveforms and so on. And it was really intriguing, but it was giving me a lot of headaches. And I was getting headaches because when you look at those things, waves, they typically are represented as a sine wave, right? Something in this fashion. And we are given in general that this is the wave frequency, the wave amplitude, and the wavelength. And that's basically the parameters we describe in wave dynamics. And I was getting a headache, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like not able to visualize these waves. I was trying to visualize my view of the universe, and to like see how the wave dynamics kind of fall into it. How does that all interact, and where it all fits in? And I didn't quite understand what a wave was, and so I was trying to read up on it, and I was getting more and more confused. And eventually I just said, okay, I got to kind of go back to the basics. And so I drove my van up to Alpine Lake in Canada, where you have those turquoise Alpine Lake inside inside a mountains range, so it's very calm. And I grabbed a bunch of pebbles, and I was sitting on a branch on the side of the lake, throwing pebbles in the lake, going, okay, how are these waves working? And I'm looking at these rings coming off the surface and all this, and it's kind of a simple approach, but I was kind of visualizing it. And I could see that if I took the waveform on the surface of the water and I sheared them, or if I divided them, I could see that it would generate this pattern, this waveform. But I thought, well, this is kind of an artificial way of looking at it, because the rock is sinking. It hits the surface tension of the water, and then it pushes the molecules out, and then this wave comes out. And I thought, well, you have to account that the rock has to sink in order for the wave to happen. So how do I account for that? And I was getting confused, and I couldn't understand it all together. And then I thought, but wait a minute, and I thought, if the rock is sinking and the wave is being produced, then it's like more like a vortex. And when I thought of that, it hit me. Oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking in 2 dimensions. You see how that flat two-dimensional planes get you? You know, that Euclidean flat space? Well, in this way, we think of waves as like, traces on an oscilloscope or something like that. But actually, a wave is a three-dimensional vortex. I realized, oh my God, if this was in 3D, this would be a vortex along an axis of rotation. And it hit me, oh my God, waves are 3D things. We live in a 3D world. It's not a flat thing. Flatness does not exist. There's no such thing. That's a concept of man, not a fundamental structure of nature. Euclidean flat space are irrelevant to nature. And so I totally got it, and I thought, oh yeah. So, when you think of I looked at the sun and I thought, oh my God, I don't know how many times I thought of a waveform leaving the sun and coming towards me doing this up and down thing. And it's like, not anything in the universe does up and down. It rotates, it spins. And so a waveform coming off the sun is a vortex that's touching me, that's hitting my eyes, that so on. And I realized that this was fundamental, that we commonly, because, and if you ask a physicist, he'll tell you, oh yeah, it's a 3D vortex, but we don't think of it that way. I mean, if he's well-educated, he'll know that. No. And we don't think of it this way because it's too complex. So we flatten it up so that well, okay, but if you flatten it up, now you don't have angular momentum. You don't have the spin dynamics of the geometry of space, that generate the vortex in the first place. So I was like, oh, okay. So I'm thinking about all this and I'm getting excited about it. And I laid back on the, I get excited, you might have noticed. And so I laid back on the side of the lake and I was looking at the sun setting behind the mountaintops, which happens quite early in Canada. And then I noticed that, well, actually late in the summer, but I noticed that the sun was going behind the mountains, and the thought came to my head, isn't it cool how we always think the sun is going behind, but actually it's the earth that's rotating? And when I thought that, something hit me. Another thing hit me. I realized, well, these waveforms, dynamics, have to do as well with motion in space. Things move not in this up and down motion. And then I thought, wait a minute. And I thought of the solar system, and it hit me. Typically, and if you have children, please, if they go to school, they're all going to get told that the solar system looks something like this. Let me try to erase this. Okay, that the solar system looks something like this. That the sun is in the middle, and the solar system, and in my school, we even had a little machine with a little thing, a little crank you spun, and the earth went around the sun with the moon and everything. And so they tell you, oh yeah, that's the sun, and then the planets go around like this in an elliptical course, and depending on the interaction of all the planets, it's either elongated or more round. Or you got all the planets like this in the solar system. Well, actually, that is absolutely incorrect. Okay? The thinking of the solar system in this matter is equivalent to thinking that the Earth is flat. The solar system does not behave that way at all. In fact, the solar system it behaves in a completely different way, since the sun is moving through space and the planets are flying around the sun, generating these huge vortices as it follows the equator of the sun. That is a completely different picture. All right? It goes from flat to spacious, to movement through space.
And that makes a big difference. All of a sudden, you start to see that even planetary motions, solar motions around the galaxy, galactic motions, supercluster motions, and so on, all have this elliptical, vorticular dynamics of space. They all have this torque dynamic through space. And if you look at the Earth on this vortex, you could say that this is 2000, 2000 for instance, and this would be then 2001, and then this would be 2002, and this would be, this is extremely long distance apart, millions and millions and millions and millions of miles apart. There's nothing in there, the planets do not come back onto their path. They don't. If they did, we most likely would have the same set of information over and over and over, like a broken record. Okay? And we'd probably get real bored. It would be like Groundhog Year, And so, what makes, and so it hit me in my head, oh my God, what makes every second, every billionth of a second different from the other, every part of the division of space-time different from the other, and why is information changing, is because we are never moving back onto the same coordinates of space-time. We're moving through space-time, gathering information through the system and feeding it back and modifying the structure of space as we move through it. So it was really an important realization. It had implication in the physics I was writing, but as well it had implications in psychology theories and stuff that I was interested in because you could I've experienced and experimented on this since then where if I give this visualization to somebody and I ask them in their mind's eye to move the Earth back along that vortex to an instance, to something that happened in their life that was traumatic, I'm able to get these people to go back to that moment in much more vivid and much more powerful way. And then what I ask them to do is to change their visualization of that experience from their perspective to the 180-degree perspective, like to the perspective of the person that assaulted them or whatever. And then they get a new set of information. And what I believe happens is that new set of information is encoded in that place in space-time. And so all of the rest of the information is changed from there on. And that is actually the effect of psychology, asking you to go back to an instance. But if you don't know, and I think that's where psychology could get some help from this theory, is that if you don't know the true dynamics, the fundamental mechanics of that motion through space, you're going to try to visualize it in something that's going back in time on the same record, broken record, so you can't get there, right? But here, I've had instances where people were able to do that and solve some very, very important issues immediately. And what happens is that if they're there in present time, then all the geometry that catch up with them now opens a whole new sets of geometry for them in the future. So that was really exciting. So I was on this bank of the lake, and I'm thinking, wow, I've got something here. I gotta think about. I want to do an experiment, to do something to be able to, show this. Am I correct? And I thought, how could I experiment to show a 3D wave instead of a flat wave? And I thought, okay, well, if I have a spinning motor that would give me the torque of space-time, and I attached a string to it, maybe I could, let's see what it does, you know? So I went back to my van, and I'm looking for an electrical motor. I couldn't use the V8 engine of my car. I was looking around, so I finally found one in the razor that I was using. It was an electrical razor. So I took the head out of the razor and I dislodged the motor. And then my razor was stuck in my experiment for a long time, so I grew a beard. I did. Here's me with the beard. And so, because I had no razor, and so my rope, I took a little fishing rope, and I took a little bit of a weight, you know, fishing weight that had a swivel on it, and I attached it to it, and I turned the razor on. And the result was so exciting. I was amazed at the result, because as soon as I turned it on, it went into coherent waveforms. And I used to go around physics talks with my little razor and my little string, going around showing people about a 3D waveform, and it was kind of funny. I'm going to demonstrate to you what happens when you spin and when angular momentum is applied to a string. And this is what happened here. So if I can have lights down, let me try to get this going. Okay. So here we are. And so we've got little motors that are going to spin this. And here's the coherent waveform. And here, with the strobe, I can stop the waveform that's actually a 3D wave. And can you, everybody see that this becomes a 2D sine waves? And that's how we visualize it. But actually, if I show you the whole thing, then you see that it's actually a 3D vortex, right? Spinning in space. So let me show you again. I gotta change the strobe frequency. There we go. And can you see how it becomes? It seems to be a sine wave, but it actually is a result of a vorticular action of a rotating system. Here's a nice stable interference waveform. And interestingly, when you look at the central part of these waveforms, you can see structures that look like Mandelbrot fractal structures. And you can get much more complex one. Oh, this is a simpler one. This is a 2-wave. There's a 3-wave. I like that one particularly. There we go. Here's the sine wave in strobe stop. Can everybody see that? And then you can get, like I said, very complex interference pattern. That you would expect from wave dynamics. This is a stable one. There we go. Here's a pulse. Here's highly complex waveform. So, lights up. This is my string theory. And it's a toy, but I think that it's a toy that actually has a lot of significance. in the way things work and how physics function. Just like a string from string theory implies a lot of complexity in string theory, but it's only a string. In here, you can start to see how the string, but I want to make clear here that I'm describing the string not in terms of some, esoteric 26-dimension theory, but actually as a structure of space-time torque itself, so that what we see is the electromagnetic field coming out as space-time torque radiating after it has been contracted into the system and forced angular momentum. And so that the feedback is continuous. And those lobe structures that are generated when the string goes into stable harmonics resemble very much the lobe structures that I was getting when the spheres are intersecting in this geometry. So I continued to explore these dynamics, and then I realized, well, sure, there was crop circles that looked that way, but one of the first supernova, I think it was the first supernova ever to be photographed, is supernova 1987A, and this picture was taken just as the action occurred, and it stunned astrophysicists all around the world that, when you expect an explosion of a star, you don't expect highly structured field to be generated like that. So it created a lot of stir in the physics community. And I got really excited because I'm like, wow, they took a picture of the geometry of space, my God. And I thought there was enough energy there that the plasma dynamics actually illuminated the dynamics of space that were going on. And I called my local astronomer, and he just told me I was nuts. And basically, he told me, oh, well, it was just a fluke. It's not going to happen again. Then a few years later, this one was taken. It's called the Hourglass Nebula. And sure enough, it did happen again. And now they've made new models of how this could happen. Why is this happening? And they found out that it actually in 3D, this is actually a double torus. It's like two toruses, and the reason is that the star blows off the top and the bottom. It follows the vortices. It's the easiest point of exit. And all the matter goes out and then goes out this way, and it expands a double torus, but viewed from various angles, it looks like so. And so that's very confirming. And I was really excited about it. And those supernovae dynamics, when you look carefully, are very interesting because you got this eye in the middle, and it's looking straight at you. And when you look closely, it even has a little twinkle in the eye. And the twinkle might be because there's other gases of different densities that organizes in the middle. And here you can see actually a fractal structure. You see the orange first hula hoop are reproduced in a smaller fractal version in the middle of the system, and so on. So you're starting to actually see the fractal nature of the field there in different gas densities. And really, when you solve Einstein field equations with the torque, people could say, well, okay, but you're adding torque, but what's creating the torque? And the answer for that is that those equations are based on Laplace-Poisson earlier equation, which are equations of density. And what that means is that the density of the field is what drives the space-time torque. That is, because there's different vacuum density from infinitely dense to infinitely undense, but never absolute vacuum, then just like high pressure, low pressures of gases in our atmosphere generates a hurricane, then you get a galaxy, or you get a star, or you get a planet, or so on, because there's density change that drives the whole system, from infinitely dense to vacuum state, in the extremely large. So you can see that these change that occurs in supernovae dynamics, they resemble very much what we just visualized with the little string ray machine. Here you get the same kind of dynamics. So here you got a hurricane, right? This is off the coast of Florida. And here you get a galaxy. Completely different scales, same dynamics. What do you find in the center of a hurricane? The eye of the hurricane, which is stillness, which is the vacuum state geometry, which is the place where it gets the coldest. And then at the center of the galaxy, you find the black hole, where past the event horizon, all thermodynamics are absorbed and so on, and you leave behind vacuum state geometry. So same dynamics at completely different scale should tell you something about that force and about these change of density. Imagine the change of density between galaxies, which in fact only brings molecules centimeters apart. And then the density inside a galaxy, which is much higher. And then the density inside the solar system, which is much higher. And then the density on the surface of the sun, which is much higher. And then again and again and again, because things are not homogeneous. They have different viscosities and different densities, which drives the space-time torque. This is a picture that was taken at the Sydney University of the energy levels, the energy dynamics around carbon atoms, molecules. And so here we see the same vorticular, dynamics of the space-time torque, according to my views. And we'll get into very high scales level. This is surveys that were done of superclusters of galaxies that's extremely large. And when they looked that far, they expected that things would be quite chaotic and not organized and so on. And instead, they found the exact contrary. These very large scale structure organizes in octahedrons and tetrahedrons array way out there. And these papers are actually published in literature and called a fractal or egg carton universe and stuff like that. That's what they're seeing out there. And basically, it's just like this. If you got your nose in the rug, if you got your nose in a Persian rug, there's no way you're going to think that there's a pattern to it. You're just going to think it's all chaotic. But if you get far enough from it, if you change your scale relationship, all of a sudden you start to see the pattern appear. And that is what I believe we're starting to see, is the actual structure of space-time and how it organizes matter. Even the table of elements, that was extremely large. Now we're going to much smaller atomic structures. Even the table of elements has been solved by Dr. Moon at the Chicago University to be able to solve for all the protons, neutrons interaction using the 5 Platonic solids, very specific geometry, and then even all of the electron interactions using the Academian solids and the vector equilibrium and so on. This is Dr. Moon, the late Dr. Moon. Oh, well, that's one of the statements he did at the end of his life. We are entitled to seek a geometry of space, or in other words, we are no longer able to talk about empty space. That is, from his findings, he figured that there's got to be some geometry in space that's dictating those particle interactions. If you go even smaller, you're getting to the electron clouds and the orbitals, you find that these probability orbitals match very specific geometries that have to do with tetrahedron and octahedrons. The group theoretical models that predict subatomic particles are based on geometry. I mean, they emerged from crystallography. That's where these models came from, except that typically physicists ignore the geometry. They say, no, that's just a way to solve the equation. I believe that the equation is solvable in geometry because the geometry is fundamental to these particles' interaction. You have to have that geometry to be able to solve it. And, you know, we find that these interacting, these group theoretical models match the isotropic vector metric, the vector equilibrium, and so on. So now we're at the extremely, extremely small. Well, how does this come to this geometric structure? Well, if you study the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Incas, all these people, the Indians, you know, all these people, they all did this crazy geometry thing. And they talked about it in various ways. But what is most impressive is that they left very tangible things out there that had to do with geometry. And the things they left out there, if they were little models, you know, 3 feet high with, you know, easy to build, you'd say, well, you know, they must have instinctively figured this out, right? But if they leave behind something like this, it brings a whole new set of questions to the forefront. And that is, how were they able to pull this off? Okay? Listen, I know that you've heard a lot of stories from your schooling about how pyramids were built. And I know that they told you mostly that these pyramids were built in a very specific way, and that's a fact. That is, between, depending on the theory, 20,000 to 100,000 slaves or farmers that during the Nile flooding every year would go and build pyramids. And they built them, in, depending on the theories, between 20 and 40 years, you know, period. And all this. And that's all nice and dandy. And you have to realize that they teach this as fact. For instance, when you read in those books, it says, well, the pyramids were built by, not may have built by, nothing like that. It's like facts. And you think, well, that must be it, right? But when you think about it, those people that are writing these facts are not engineers. They're not physicists. They don't necessarily understand what it takes to build things. They don't necessarily understand how difficult it is to get great precision from building with stones. They don't necessarily understand that copper doesn't cut stone, and that so far copper hasn't been found to be able to be hardened to cut stone, and so on. So they just throw this stuff out there, and because they have PhDs and they're in the 1800s and they can't imagine of anything else, then everybody goes with that. And I assure you, if you're doing a PhD in Egyptology or in antiquity, in ancient civilization studies or so on, and you write a thesis that these were built in any other way, you're probably not going to get your PhD. And so I was really kind of stunned because I started to study it, because to me, I had solved a lot of these issues, but there was something that just kept on nagging at me. It's like, maybe the history of the earth, maybe the history of our civilization is quite different than what we think it is. And if that's true, I want to know why. Because then I could modify my view of evolution to match the true reality of what happened out there, and that could change a lot of things in the way I think of myself and my ancestors and the way things have been done and my place in the universe. So I started to study these things, and I tell you, when you start studying these things, just a little, and I'm in contact with a lot of physicists, so if I can't run the math, I can ask people their opinion and so on. And when you study these things just a little, right away, you're confronted with amazing, amazing data. For instance, the Grand Pyramid at Giza is 481 feet tall. It's built out of 2,300,000 stones in average, approximately. And the base of the pyramid is 13 acres square. Okay? When they placed the last stones on the top of the Grand Pyramid of Giza, which we don't have at this point. You see, the stone on the Grand Pyramid of Giza were ripped out. See, there was a covering on the stones all over the pyramid that was mined to build Cairo in the early 1900s and late 1800s. And so these stones were extremely perfect. The pyramids was much more perfect before. But still to this day, when you look at the immensity of the building and then you get satellite mapping of the apex of the pyramid, the apex is 1/4 of an inch off the center of a 13-acre square base. I don't know if we have builders in the crew here today, but I guarantee you this type of achievement, after having placed 2,300,000 stone, is not anything any engineering firm with all of the money in the world and the technology we have is able to reproduce today. I assure you. We cannot do that. We cannot reproduce that. You have to divide 1/4 of an inch by 2,300,000 stones to be able to get the accuracy of the placements of the stones. It's a very amazing thing. And then by the time they were done, the orientation of the pyramid to the stellar pole and so on, the way the pyramid is oriented and so on is extremely accurate, more accurate than many of our current buildings, including telescopes and such. The size, the enormous size of the building is beyond any comprehension. And there's another issue that's very, very dramatic. There is blocks in the Grand Pyramid, in the King's Chamber. There's 100 blocks of granite that have been hoisted to up to 130 feet of elevation in the Grand Pyramid and placed in perfect accuracy to create a relief of the pressure of the stones above with very amazing engineering, so that the whole thing holds together in a way that is unmatchable with all of our technology today. There's another problem, okay, in archaeology here. Archaeology is really the art of decoding text, decoding the remains of a civilization, and from these decoding, extrapolating their morses, their behavior, their day-to-day life, and so on. Well, if you follow that path, you would expect that somewhere in Egypt, after having placed thousands and thousands and thousands of hieroglyphs in all the temples and tombs and everywhere, okay, telling us everything about the behaviors of their morses, like what they ate, how they went to the washroom, what they did, and how they did it, and everything. I mean, they tell us everything, how they made love and everything, right? That somewhere somebody would have mentioned, oh, by the way, we built the pyramids too. Don't you think? I mean, you'd expect that, right? But not one wall says that. Nothing in Egypt says we built the pyramids. Nothing in Mayan country says we built the pyramids. Nothing in Inca tradition says we built the pyramid. You know how they tell you that the pyramids were built as tombs. And these tombs were there to have the Pharaoh be buried into, right? You've all heard that. And you would expect that the reason they're telling you that is that they found mummies of pharaohs in pyramids. And typically when you look at the books or when you look at the reports from Egypt and so on, they typically show the pharaoh's tombs and then cut to the pyramids and show this all together in a way that you think that you're looking at this pharaoh tomb and it's in a pyramid. Well, it's a fact, however, that not one mummy was ever found in a pyramid. Not only in Egypt, but anywhere else in the world for that matter. Okay? In Egypt particularly, mummies were all found in underground vaults that have nothing to do with the pyramids. So when you think that a pharaoh that built this huge monument to have himself buried in it would at least put on the front, a little epitaph, so and so from this year to this year, we built this pyramid to bury myself, whatever. There is pyramids in Egypt that were completely sealed when they were found, including the Grand Pyramid at Giza. And the archaeologists, at the time almost treasure hunters, had to dynamite their way in many of these pyramids. They couldn't find an entrance. The entrances were plugged with immense 20-ton boulders that was so well matched to the rest of the pyramid, they couldn't find an entrance. So they would dynamite their way in, and in the case of the Grand Pyramid, they fell into a tunnel, and then they backtracked to the entrance, and then they could clear the plugs. And then typically in some of these pyramids, they would get to the sarcophagus, and the sarcophagus would still be sealed. And it would have a slab of granite on top of it that weighed in excess of 20 tons. And they would lift the slab with great difficulties, unseal the supposed tomb, and find it empty, completely empty. What was their conclusion? Tomb robbers got there before them. The tomb robbers somehow found the entrance, removed the plug, went in there, took all the treasures, removed the mummy body, lifted the lid, removed the body, took all the rest of the stuff, cleaned everything up, put the lid back on, sealed it back up, went back out, closed the plug, redid everything good, and walked out of there. I don't think so. And so there is huge difficulties in this. There is huge difficulties in these theories. Those are theories. They're not facts. And when you examine these theories, they have immense holes in them. Very large holes that involves thousands of tons of material. So for instance, you have things like the Sphinx. The Sphinx is right in front of the pyramids at Giza. The Sphinx, unlike a lot of people think, is not actually a built model, but is actually a carved statue, carved right out of the Giza Plateau. And there's very interesting things. Now, if you were commissioned to build the Sphinx, what would you do? Now, you've got this huge plateau with this, very good rock in it to carve, and you would want to start carving. So you have to cut the enclosure around the Sphinx body to be able to carve the body. And what they did here is that instead of moving out of the enclosures, little blocks that you would see here, you see, out of the enclosure, if it was you that was commissioned, you'd probably remove 100-pound block, maybe 200-pound block, maybe 500 pound. If you have a good crane, maybe up to 500, 1,000 pound, maybe 2,000 pound. You wouldn't. I mean, why would you try to remove anything bigger, right? It'd be easier to deal with. You move things that match your level of technology. You don't move things that makes it difficult for you to move them, right? Well, the Egyptian somehow, supposedly, moved these blocks from the enclosure. Now, these blocks are known to have come out of the enclosure because the stratas on the blocks match exactly where the strata is here, and you can actually tell where each block goes. And these blocks weigh in the excess of 200 tons. Now, these guys, seemingly 4,000 years ago, was moving 200-ton blocks casually, and not only just moving them, but stacking them. Okay? To create what is known as the Valley Temple or the Sphinx Temple in front of the Sphinx. Those are very, very disturbing pieces of data. They are not simply and easily dealt with or, pushed under the carpet. The Sphinx as well has all sorts of erosions on it that do have impact on our concepts of when the Sphinx was built or carved. New evidence has shown that the erosion that you find on the Sphinx body and then on the Sphinx enclosure, this is the enclosure from where the 200-ton blocks were relieved. The erosion that's seen here demands that there was large amount of rain for long periods of time to create it. We know historically and geologically that the amount of rain needed to create that type of erosion could only happen up to 10,000 years ago after the last ice age. That would mean that the Sphinx was not carved 4,000 years ago, but maybe up to 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. So now you have an even larger archaeological problem. You've got people 10,000 years ago going around with 200-ton blocks. It's a serious issue at that point. There is another temple that's a very important temple in Egypt that's not so well known and recognized, that is very well guarded at this time, that is an anomaly in Egyptian buildings. This is called the Osiris Temple. This is fresh from Abydos. And these blocks are polished pink granite in excess of 100-ton to 200-ton blocks stacked and organized into this incredible building. Now, look at the size of this block above his head. There are tongues and grooves. It's very highly engineered. You got to realize that we're talking about Egyptian here that's supposed to not have the wheel. They don't have the pulley. They don't have a crane to grab things and put them on top of things. Certainly not things that big. And this temple is typically as well a big controversy because, as you see, there's water on the bottom of it. It typically floods annually or almost all the time because it's below the Nile level. The temple is dug into the ground. So when the archaeologists first found it, they said, oh, the Egyptians dug and then built from there. But there's no other evidence in Egypt that the Egyptian would do that to build the temple. And when geologists look at the sides of the temple, they notice that the geological layering on the side of the temple would make it so that it's actually the other way around. The temple was there, and then the sedimentation from the Nile generated all the layers that eventually buried the temple. And then the archaeologists, lady archaeologists, found it and dug it out. Now, that would make this temple much older than previously believed. Like right now is being dated at about 4,000 years old. It would ask that temple was there approximately 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. And eventually I came across these things that were thought to have been popularized now as the flower of life. Here's another picture of it. Again, those are fresh pictures. It's very difficult to find these pictures. You can study, I studied this temple all the way back to the original papers that were published on it, and I was never able to get one of these pictures, and actually really glad to have them now. And you can see them again, and so they're high on the pillars. And what's really amazing about this graph, this geometry that's imprinted on the granite, is that it's not cut, it's not etched into the granite, it's burnt into the atomic structure of the granite. It's burnt onto it like if it was laser burnt on the granite. And that poses a very large problem when you're thinking of 10,000 years ago, people going around burning stuff with lasers. Interestingly, when you take this geometry and you extrapolate it into 3D structures, now each circle becomes a sphere. The petals that we were discussing earlier, or the lobes we were discussing earlier, appears, and if you place a tetrahedron in each sphere, you get the 64 tetrahedron grid. The reason I'm mentioning all this is that there's evidence that there's people in this world that were able to do things in a manner that's completely different than how we do things today, and that exceed our capacity to do them today with all of our technology. Maybe, just maybe, because our technology is based on reactive, explosive technologies instead of contractive space-time curvature technologies, which would allow us to control gravitational fields and so on. These Egyptians had hieroglyphs as well that represented the highest level of initiation. The highest level of initiation that had to do with those sun gods. And these higher level of initiation always related, or typically related, to the eye of Horus. And when they use this hieroglyph in their writing, it's interesting to note that when they did, they used each part of the eye for a specific fraction of mathematics, and that each fraction went on towards the 1/64th fraction, which is the dynamics of the division of tetrahedron array in space. The other thing is that these 200-ton blocks were not their only level of achievement. This statue has been found in the middle of the desert, a few hundred miles away from the quarry where it was cut. And it's a statue, it's believed to be of Ramses II, I believe. And it has, it's a granite statue, extremely highly polished, that is made out of one block of granite that weighs in excess of 1,000 tons. 1,000 tons. These are very, very large anomalies. There's not just pyramids in Egypt. There's pyramids in many other countries, in South America and in Mexico and so on. And most people don't know, now remains of pyramids have been found in many other countries. This is Japan, underwater, near the island of Okinawa. These are the remains of pyramids that went under the water a very long time ago. What's great about pyramids that went underwater is that when they do, you get organic growth on it. See, when you're dating things, and you're using carbon dating, when you do so, you can carbon date things that have carbon in it that is organic life. So, for instance, when they carbon date pyramids in South America and so on, they say, well, you know, we'll carbon date this guy that was buried beside it, or we carbon date, you know, this campfire, or we carbon date what we find here, and then they extrapolate that these people were the builders of the pyramid. But when a thing like that goes under the water, then coral growth happens. And that is organic life, so you can carbon date at least when it went under the water. And when this was carbon dated, then it showed that this pyramid must have gone underwater 10 to 12,000 years ago, at the flooding of the last ice age. Now that would be when it went underwater. That is not necessarily when it was constructed. This is a picture of a pyramid that was found. It was found as a result of an error that a Second World War American pilot did while flying over China, and he came across this. He was lost, and he came across this pyramid and took a black and white picture of it. And it was published, and a lot of people screamed to hoaxes and everything. And I used to never show that in my presentation because there was too much controversy about it. There's over 100 different pyramids in China. And people in general don't know that. They're very, very large. Some of them, they're very typical. They resemble very much the pyramids of South America and Mexico. Here's a satellite picture of them. You can see them here. And interestingly, when you look very closely at the satellite pictures of the pyramids, you find that they resemble very much so what we find at Giza. This is China, this is Giza, and this is Teotihuacan off north from Mexico City. Same angles, same alignments, and all of these alignments match the stars of the belt of Orion.
And that I find very interesting. Because many of the civilizations talked about these advanced beings coming from the Orion constellation and the star Sirius. And so maybe they left us evidence of their passage. Now, when you go to the sacred sites of the knowledge of the sun gods from the Chinese tradition, you go to the Forbidden City, and at the entrance of the city, typically you have the Sphinx. The Sphinx, both in Egypt and in China and other traditions, is considered the guardian of knowledge and is usually placed at the entrance, and they guard the knowledge. And the interesting thing about those statues that guard the knowledge, in the case of the Sphinx, it's thought that the knowledge is guarded under the paws of the Sphinx. Now, interestingly, Edgar Cayce said that we were going to find chambers under the paws of the Sphinx, and now with seismological equipment, they've been able to find chambers. They seem to be chambers under the paws of the Sphinx. But what's under the paws of this guardian? Well, when you look carefully, he's guarding the knowledge, which is a sphere with the lobes of the geometry of space embedded in it. And again, we find this information just percolating all around the world in these places where there's incredible buildings, incredible amount of knowledge. And, you know, sure enough, these traditions in China are linked to the knowledge of the I Ching and the Yin Yang. And the Yin Yang is the torus viewed from above, as we saw earlier. And then the I Ching is made out of 64 symbols, each symbol being made out of 6 sticks, right? And the way you define each symbol relative to each other is that the sticks are either broken or full. And usually they are arranged in a circle, like so, where 1 is in opposition to 64, 2 is in opposition to 63, 3 is in opposition to 62, and so on. And each one has the same number of full stick and the same number of broken stick. It's just that they're arranged differently between 2 pairs. Now, I was looking at this, and again, I was in my van decoding this a long time ago, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, if I take 6 sticks and I put them together in a geometry, if they're the same length, then the only geometry I can generate out of those 6 sticks is a tetrahedron. And I thought, okay, that kind of works, so maybe the code has to do with tetrahedrons. But what would it be about the broken sticks? What are the broken sticks about? What's going on? Smaller tetrahedrons, what's going on? And it took me a while to figure this out, but eventually I realized that when you follow the code of the I Ching, it goes 164, and they're in opposition. So if you took 1, this is 1 here, and then this is 64, and you put them together, then the sticks have to intersect. And that's why you have the broken sticks, because when they intersect, they get broken. Bang, 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 bang. And here's your star tetrahedron structure. And so you can continue to build the I Ching, okay, and follow the code and continue to build the star tetrahedron structure with the positive and the negative and the positive and the negative. And by the time you're finished, you will have a 512 tetrahedron grid, which is just happens to be the next fractal level from 64. So then you have all the fractal, progression. It's very important. I mean, these are
These are fundamental beliefs that we have around the world. They're very important traditions that have very important sets of data that are telling us about the structure of space-time, that are telling us about the dynamics of space-time. In 1972, Carl Sagan and a bunch of other astrophysicists figured, well, we've got the Arecibo radio telescope all set up now, so let's go out there and write a code and send the strongest signal ever sent into space so that we could reach out to those people out there in the galaxy. Maybe they can capture this code and then send a reply. Now that would still take hundreds and hundreds of years for that to happen, but it was worth at least doing it. So what they did is they got together and they figured, okay, what kind of simple code can we write? And obviously that's a binary code. And if you did a punch card of this code, it would look like this. And it says that we're made out of carbon. It says this is our table of elements. It says that's our DNA structure. And it says we have a small head, a big body, and we live on the third planet from our sun. And this is the technology we're sending this with, which is the symbol for a radio telescope. Well, nothing happened, obviously, because it would take hundreds of years for that to come back. But that's assuming that they're way out there. If they are close to us, orbiting, in our solar system, they would have got it very, very quickly. In any case, it wasn't until 2001, I believe, that the reply came back. Did you know that we had been talked to directly? Well, right beside a radio telescope that's typically hired by SETI to listen for extraterrestrial signals, a crop circle occurred in the middle of the night, right across from the highly secured gate, which has guards and infrared cameras and everything. And this crop circle came together, this reply punch card came together with a mugshot. Right? They thought we'll give them a little bit more than a binary code. This crop circle structure is very complex, not very easily hoaxed at all. If you look at the way the hay is woven into the field, it's very complex, very difficult to reproduce in order to get this face structure in it viewed from above. And as well, nobody saw anything there, and certainly there's security. And the reply is pretty straightforward, binary code. Now, when the binary code was decoded, it said something a little different from ours. It said that they were made out of carbon and silica. So that's interesting. There's been people have been talking about becoming the crystal being, or, I talk about human beings as biocrystals all the time. But what is important here is what I found interesting is that since then, this data that has come out that says that, in fact, it's not quite accurate to call ourselves carbon life, because when you look into the fluids inside cells and inside the nuclei of cells, you find that there's actually more silica than previously believed, a lot more. And actually we're more like silica and carbon combined together. So maybe they were just being more accurate than us. And here they talk about their table of elements, which is very similar. And then their DNA seems to have one more strand to it. They have a big head, a small body. They live on 3 of the planets in their solar system, and the third one has 4 moons. And
this is the technology that they're sending this with. And I mean, this should have made the 5 o'clock news. But it didn't. And, you know, it's interesting that the SETI comments on this was, well, you know what? The radio telescope was right beside it. So why didn't they just send a radio signal, right? And if this is true, why didn't they just send a radio signal? And my reasoning for that, my answer to that is that, well, maybe they wanted the rest of the world to have the information. Because if they would have sent a radio signal, I assure you that stuff would have not made it on the local radio station. So this is really first contact. This is them talking back. Are we listening? Well, interestingly, when I looked at the bottom of that punch card, I was very, very intrigued, going, well, what is that technology down there? I'd like to know. Maybe it works with what I'm doing. And sure enough, you see, but you can't do anything with it because it's so low resolution. The code is so simple. So I couldn't really do anything with it. And then it was found that the exact same field in England, a year prior to this card, this punch card appearing in it, across the same radio telescope, they had given us the answer to what's at the bottom of the punch card. The exact same geometry. They had given the answer before we asked the question. The same radio telescope with the same security guards and all this. They didn't see nothing. And this, again, is a beautiful fractal division of space based on tetrahedral arrays. Again, here we see singularity, boundaries formation, and then duplication of the boundaries with radial expansion in a tetrahedron array.
So we have huge stones that in some cases are found hundreds of miles from the quarry where they were cut. Extremely precise buildings all around the world. Ancient societies, oral and written traditions that talks about sun gods coming from the stars. And even today, thousands and thousands of very powerful evidence of unidentified flying objects. You might wonder, why are these beings not communicating with us directly anymore? Well, that may be because our society has grown to be quite violent. However, couldn't we learn from the information they left for us thousands of years ago?
Is there evidence that these beings were here prior and that they left, or they left us to figure things out until maybe we evolved to a level where they could contact us again? These are the skull of Tutankhamun and his brother. This is the bust of Nefertiti, all showing elongated heads. Typically in ancient Egyptian tradition, the sun gods had very elongated head, and the semi-sun gods, which were the progenitor of the normal humans having babies with sun gods, would have not so elongated head. This is a skull that was found in South America, in temples in South America. This is enormous in proportion and cannot be the result of binding of the head. The reason why that is not possible is that when you bind the head of a child so that you deform the skull features, then this binding of the head deforms the skull features but does not increase the volume of the skull cavity.
in this case, the volume of the skull cavity is almost twice the size of a normal human being. Now, if there was only one of these that were found, you would say, well, maybe it was an anomaly, maybe it was a deformity. Well, there's all sorts of things that makes it not so. For instance, the jaw bones, the feature on the cheeks bones are not Homo sapien. They're more of the Neanderthal and mix of various evolution in the evolution chain that we believe is linear in evolution of man, and they shouldn't be all combined in the same skull. The other problem is that there's not just one of these skulls that was found, but multiple skulls that were found like this in temples around South America and Mexico. This one is a little bit different, as you see. It's not as pointed, still enormous, and still has some of these unusual features in their facial features and the jaw features. Others found in Mexico is these melon heads, where those actually have even a larger volume capacity inside the head, very large eye sockets, and a very strange structure of the skull. This is not the largest skull ever found. The largest volumic cavity of the skull occurred on this, that was found with this skull. And this is like the M kind of structure skull, where the hemispheres seem to have developed in independence, and very, very large skull. The front portion of the skull are missing, but the plates of the skull are all there, and they're very large in volume. So these are physical evidence you can touch of these beings having been around in ancient antiquity. You find them, stories about these beings, everywhere. You find them in Mayan tradition, Inca tradition. They both call them the sun gods. In the Egyptian tradition, in the Chinese tradition, calls them the sun gods as well. The Japanese tradition, pretty well all around the world. In the Mayan tradition as well, you find grids like so that have mathematical information on them that are thought to be calendars, very precise calendars about the changes in our solar systems, and interesting symbols that have these vortices that are interacting. And when you look at the math from these codes, you find that they match the 64 tetrahedron growth structure of space-time that we've been discussing all day. This is some of the oldest tradition on Earth. It has very, very ancient writing. These plates, this plate in particular, is a creation myth in which the sun gods come to the earth and gives man the black, it's called a black sun in those traditions. It's been translated in various other traditions, for instance in the Quran, as the black stone, okay? And it's described as a very highly radiating sun, like a sun in a box, like a desktop black hole. All right? And the tradition talks about the sun gods coming to the top of the mountain and the humans going to meet the sun gods, and the sun gods bestowing this on the human. Then you find in these Sumerian traditions that these eventually built very complex, very sophisticated. This is where we're actually bombing right now, Iraq and Iran location, where very, very sophisticated pyramidal structures were built, ziggurats and so on, that were very sophisticated building and very large building structures. This is a view from one of them from above. Many of those are being destroyed as we speak. Many of these artifacts in these traditions are disappearing in museums in those regions as we speak. If you look around those regions, you find other things that are large anomaly. This is one of the largest, most amazing anomaly we have on Earth. It is the stones that were the foundation of an ancient temple on which the Roman Empire erected a more recent temple, afterwards used the old stones as foundations. Let me show you the relationship of scale of these stones. This is a person, okay? And this is the stone, okay? It's in approximately 22 feet of elevation and has been raised on smaller stones, still very large stone, but smaller stones that holds them up. There's 3 of them, okay, that are remaining there at this point. They're extremely large. In fact, they weigh in excess, these one there weigh in excess of 800 tons, okay? And this one here, that's in a quarry about a half a mile from the temple there, okay, is in excess of 1,000 tons. Okay, those are extremely large stones that seem to have been moved with ease in antiquity. And that doesn't happen very easily. Other artifacts are found around those region. In this case is a little pot that has an insert that's made out of copper and a little rod. And when you put the thing together and put grape juice in it, it becomes a battery. And it's evidence that they were using these batteries to electroplate things. And so the batteries were found, and they're from a certain epoch that makes them approximately 2,000 years old, except that there is electrolysis that was made on objects that were found that are much older than that, up to 4,000 years old. And these must have been plated with the same principle. So there's evidence that these people were using electricity at the time. Okay? And here's a little reproduction of one of these batteries, and they get about 1.1 volts out of it. And in series, you could use them to electroplate things and do all sorts of stuff. This is very ancient, advanced technology. One of these plates that talks about advanced mathematics has a set of geometric structure combined with these mathematics. And sure enough, when you look closely at this geometric structures on those tablets, which are, you know, in fractal growth, they match perfectly the 64 tetrahedron grid when it's on its side. And here is the match. Amazingly, even with the little lines that go in the middle and so on. Perfect match. The tablets describes a geometric progression of the separation of space. Okay? So all this is evidence, all leading to an understanding that there is, this is the Kaaba in the middle of Mecca. This is actually from my tradition. My grandpa was a guide that brought people from Iran to Mecca. and he brought the prayers of the one that couldn't go, because Islamic people all have to go to Mecca once in their life. And the ones that can't afford it, they're allowed to send somebody else. They always have these good, you know. And so my grandpa was a person that would take the prayers of people and bring them to Mecca. He was a Bedouin. He ride on camel back, and it took 6 months there and 6 months back, so it was a long journey, and he would guide people there. And he went to this place very often, having this job, and more often than most other Muslim around our family, that's for sure. And my father has a news article from the Tehran press showing a picture of my grandpa with a small article, I think it was just after he passed, showing that my grandpa lived to the age of 128. And so, you know, this is directly linked to my tradition. And when you read the Quran, you find that again in this Quran, in the Kaaba, in the middle cube there, in this geometry, in the middle of this beautiful temple where thousands and thousands of people come to rotate, to torque the field around it, right? And you find that it described that at the center of it is what they call the black stone, or the black sun. In the Quran, it says that it was given by angel Gabriel to Abraham, and that eventually it ended up in the center of Mecca. Maybe we want to take one step back in order to make 2 steps forward. I'm talking about that, let's assume that maybe because of all these anomalies around the world where people seem to have been moving extraordinarily large objects with what seemed to be extraordinary ease, that there was a time prior to our written history where on this planet, and prior to serious cataclysms that seem to relate to a flood story that is found around the world in over 500 different traditions, that there was this technology, this power source that allowed things to levitate, that allowed things to move about, that allowed information or energy to move through. And that this power source was given to us by advanced civilization that visited our planet thousands and thousands of years prior to our written history. When you do that, if you were a space traveler going through the galaxy and you found a planet that was very, very low in its technological growth, if they weren't too violent at the time and they didn't have too many means to be violent at the time, it would be easy for you to show up, most likely be thought of as a sun god or a god for certain, and give them, technology that could help them along their path. But what if that path of advancement was too rapid for this evolution? That is, the people that got the technology eventually weren't able to handle it because they hadn't learned enough lessons along their path. Well, you would have to take it back somehow and allow that civilization to grow again and reach that level where they would understand the responsibility that comes with advanced technology. And I'm convinced that that is the lesson we're learning right now.
recently I came across this book called Mayans Antiram. It's a translation of a very ancient text, recently translated, and it describes basically the structure of the vacuum. It describes the fundamental structure of creation, the fundamental structure of space. And it says that it is based on a 64 grid, 64 squares of space. And you know that I have come to conclude that the fundamental structure of the vacuum is a 64 tetrahedron grid. Now if you rotate tetrahedrons, depending on the angle at which you're looking at, they define the dynamic of a cube, of a square. So to find this in a very ancient text is an amazing thing. I'd like to quote a little bit of what was written at the introduction of this book by the translator.
From the introduction by Dr. S.P. Sabaratnam, entitled The Science and Technology of Manduka Mandala, he states, to sum up the principles of the frames of 64 squares as expounded by Mayan in this work. The frame of 64 squares is the graphic and atomic structure of the whole cosmos. It is the basic design of inner space and outer space, enclosed space and built space, clearly defining the structure of the vacuum. It is the modified version of Pranava Om. The exact center of the frame of 64 squares is called primal dot. Again, a fair description of singularity. This primal dot is actually square in shape. Even within the squaric dot, there is the presence of 64 squares. This is a perfect description of a fractal recursive structure. Within this squaric dot, there occurs the speedy gyration of time, and this describes the spin component of space-time.
Along with this in this book is a variety of description of very advanced technology based on that 64 structure dynamics that powers, literally in their own terminology, spaceships, ships that are able to hover and travel through space and travel through our solar system and maybe even our galaxy.
One example of the description of these devices is found in verse 790. It reads, "The primal central squaric dot is associated with all the energies of space fields. The treaties dealing with the construction of spacecraft explain through science and technique of central dot, time measures, and 64 squares, various features of the aircraft such as the structural pattern, speed control, wheels, fitness of pilot, exact position of pilot, fly course in the sky, swiftness of time, etc."
Quite amazing for a text of that antiquity, considering that the people of the time wouldn't even have a concept of a flying machine or a machine, period.
So I go home in Whistler, right? And I was dealing with Stars of Davids and all this stuff. I knew that eventually I would have to go to my local church, and I got a Bible, and I started to study it, and I studied it, and I had very amazing experiences at the same time, and I started to study it in details, get different Bibles, different translation, and looked at the text, and I, all of a sudden, I realized that the Bible was not actually what I remembered it to be. Mostly because I was, as a young kid, I was studying the New Testament, but because it was Christian. But I started to read the Old Testament, and it was really amazing. I was reading it, and it didn't seem that my concept of the Hebrew God had been appropriately being interpreted by the Catholic Church, because I was remembering some guy on a throne somewhere with a beer, with a pair of binoculars and a 2x4 waiting for me to screw up, and I was very stressed about that. But the way I was reading the Old Testament, it was quite different. It didn't describe God in such a way. It described it in something much more close to what my studies were about. And I was stunned by that. For instance, in the Bible, you can find a description I've got as some kind of equilateral triangle on a throne, right? Had to do with geometry. And I was stunned by that. I mean, it wasn't an old man considering me as a sinner, but it was some kind of geometry that was described as the throne of God, the point of interaction between human and God. And there was various allusion to it in very specific parts of the Bible. And eventually I saw that they were describing as well these angels that radiated in this tetrahedron and describing it as like crystal seas and all sorts of things that made me think of technologies and geometries and physics much more than some old guy with a beer on a throne. And I was surprised. That's not what I had remembered. And I continued to study it, and I realized that the Old Testament is ambiguous because the Old Testament described God not as something that's somewhere in the sky or anything. It describes God as an object. It describes that they have some kind of link or communication with God through an object that they call the Ark of the Covenant of God. And they weren't kidding about that. I mean, when you read the Bible and what archaeologists find, they actually built one of the largest temples in the world, the Temple of Solomon, to put this object in the middle. It was a very, very large temple with extraordinary large stones. And it was this ark object had to be shielded from everybody else. And it was enclosed in this Holy of Holies in the center of the Temple of Solomon that was surrounded with concentric walls, very thick walls, in which initiates had to go through very specific initiation level to be able to go from one wall to the other. And only the few could ever go into the Holy of Holies. And they describe all sorts of things that happened if you went in the Holy of Holies or in the tabernacle without having gone through all the appropriate levels of initiation. If you weren't ready, it didn't seem like it was a pretty sight when you came out, right? And if you did. And so I was intrigued with that. I was looking at many of these plates where they showed this ark object, this box that had gold on the outside, gold on the inside, and wood in the middle. And right away I realized that's got to be a capacitor. And sure enough, if you do a box like that, you can generate large capacitance. Capacitors are like batteries. They hold energy. They hold charge. And then the difference between a capacitor and a battery is that a capacitor can discharge extremely rapidly, where a battery cannot. And so capacitors are used in all sorts of electronics today. But basically, there are an electrical, a dielectric, and an electrical plate, which creates like a container for energy. So
And this large arc capacitor was described as having a sphere or a thing in the middle of it that was very radiant. Like they describe how they had to shield themselves from it. And they had to wear very specific clothing to go in there. And that if they didn't, they would come out of there with a sunburn, basically, like burnt into their face, and so on. But then I kind of came across something. What happened is I thought, but wait a minute, they're calling this the Ark of the Covenant of God. And I was like, well, what does God mean? And so I was looking for an answer to that, and I did a lot of research, and I couldn't find exactly, this Yahweh and all this, and I couldn't find exactly, and then eventually I actually just opened the preface of my Bible by error or something. I started reading it, and I found the answer. And it says right here that the name Yahweh, the divine name Yahweh, YHWH, is currently the translation, or is used as the Greek terminology, the tetragrammaton. Now, for a guy like me, when you are reading one of the most, sacred books on the planet, I guess, and the person is describing God, and the translation is tetragrammaton, okay? I'm starting to have ideas. Can you, okay. You guys probably can see where I'm going there, right? I was stunned. Imagine that. Every time you read the word God in the Bible, you could translate tetragrammaton. So you could replace all the gods and lords in the Bible to tetragrammaton. And then you get a really different reading. Okay? It's like, oh my tetragrammaton. And so I looked at the etymology of this, and I thought, well, the word tetragrammaton is typically, if you look at the root word, the tetra refers to four, right? The four faces of a tetrahedron. Typically, the translation is then done as tetra for four, grammaton for grammar. And grammar or letters is interchangeable, and so it's the four letters of God. Yahweh, YHWH. And grammaton was what was intriguing me, so I digged a little deeper, and I found that actually the word grammaton has a deeper root than grammar, in which it refers to the weight of an object, and that's where the word gravity and gram came out of. So all of a sudden, you could have a different interpretation of this word that says tetrahedron gravitation, right? Okay, something along those lines, right? I know that might sound very, a long leap, right? But this was where I started. And I was really keen on continuing my research because it was promising. They were talking about tetrahedrons or triangles on the seat of God, and they were describing tetragrammatons for the force of God. And I was getting, inspired, to say the least. So I continued to research, and with this word tetragrammaton, I was able to look further and dig deeper, and I was intrigued. There's a lot of sacred societies that have a lot of information and all this. One of them, and certainly there seemed to be an oral tradition
that was passed in the rabbinic tradition from one to the other throughout the ages, that wasn't allowed to be written. It was very clear in the Bible that the name of God or the source of God, whatever this God was not allowed to be just discussed publicly. It was very sacred, and it had to be transferred from one initiate to the other in very sacred way. And his traditions that transferred the information were called Kabbalistic traditions. So I started to study the Kabbalah and the Kabbalistic tradition and what they had to say about the Tetragrammaton. And when I did, I came across various esoteric manuscripts that we're going to see in a minute. But the other thing that puzzled me is that in many instances, the word Tetragrammaton and Ark of the Covenant and all this, in the description of what was going on there, it was describing something very interesting to me, because it kept on talking about the force of God, or the Tetragrammaton, having a vortex of fire or a vortex of clouds above it. And it describes it in the Bible in various instances. And it says that, that is where the power of God is manifest to man. And for instance, in this graphic, they show this is when the Hebrews were going through the desert for 40 years. They had a temporary tent system to host the ark in the middle, and they called the tabernacle. And they show here the vortex of cloud rising above the Ark of the Covenant that's in the back of the tabernacle. Just so you understand, this is the fire of sacrifices that are in front, and you see the smoke just dispersed. But in this case, it's very organized vortex type of smoke or clouds that orbit on the top of this object.
From my previous studies and from my physics concepts, I had come to conclude that, for instance, the black sun or the black crystal described in other civilization may have been given by the sun god to humans as a very advanced technology, like a little sun in the box, a singularity created artificially inside a stone or a crystal that contained plasma dynamics spinning at high angular velocity, generating a torque in space-time, producing gravitational effects and energy effects. If that is true, then you would expect that on the top and the bottom of that structure, you would see vortices appear, columns of clouds or columns of light appear because of the high velocity of the space-time angular momentum along the side of that object. At the north and south pole of that object, large vortices would be produced.
There's a chapter here, if you want references, so you can look it up yourself, in Numbers. It's called The Cloud Above the Tabernacle, and it described that vortex cloud above the tabernacle. There's chapters where the sons of Aaron get struck by the Ark of the Covenant and die, and Moses is called into the tabernacle and instructed to never let anybody go in there without permission, because the vortex of the Ark of the Covenant, if it is not dealt with appropriately, can kill. There's all sorts of things like that happen in the Bible that, were striking. But the thing is that I started to realize that when you read the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant, this box-like object, was supposed to have been built at the foot of Mount Sinai after Moses crossed the Red Sea. So I was confused, because
when I read the crossing of the Red Sea, I was struck that it said here, by day the Lord went ahead of them. They are going towards the Red Sea, fleeing from Egypt. It says, by day the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, so that they could travel by day or night. Neither the pillar of cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night left in its place in front of the people. So it's describing Moses following this vortex of cloud, and at night it would light up, this vortex of fire, through the desert going towards the Red Sea. But the description of the same vorticular action and the same description of this cloud thing, the cloud pillar, is given when it's describing the Ark of the Covenant. So I realized, wait a minute, maybe the Word of God, the information of God that was not allowed to be discussed, was the part about the source of the energy of the ark, not the box. The box was built afterwards to put that energy source in it so they could travel through 40 years in the desert. I started to think maybe these are two different objects. And Moses is following something, a power source, something that's creating a vortex in space, and it's coming out of Egypt. And then I realized, wait a minute, Moses was son of Pharaoh for 40 years, initiated in the highest level of initiation of the Egyptian, before he realized that he was Hebrew and left with the tribes of Israel. So if there was a power source, if the pyramids of Egypt were not just built to bury pharaohs, which I believe weren't built to do that at all, and were actually shielding device or resonating cavities, resonating space-time in a very specific geometric structure, but that they were missing their power source at the center. So I took the dimensioning of the Ark of the Covenant as given in the Bible. It's quite precise. And I got the dimensioning of the inside of the sarcophagus in the Grand Pyramid of Giza. And it was a perfect match. That is, if you have the Ark of the Covenant built, you will be able to lower that box into the sarcophagus of the Grand Pyramid of Giza, okay? And it will fit perfectly on the side and perfectly on the length so that you can lower it with the poles and push the poles in, which are telescopic on the ark. And then I realized that the inside volume inside the sarcophagus is exactly half of the outside volume of that sarcophagus. Exactly, I mean, very highly precisely. And if you take the dimensions of the ark, then you get exactly half the volume of the inside of the sarcophagus. And then if you take the dimension of the inside of the ark, you get exactly half of the outside dimensions of the ark. So you get perfect octaves of cavity, of resonance cavity inside the sarcophagus. So I started to think, maybe this object is not an Hebrew object. Maybe this object actually got taken out of Egypt by Moses when he left with the Israelites. And that might be a reason why after the king of Egypt, the Pharaoh of Egypt, allowed Moses to leave, all of a sudden realized that he was taking off with the power source and changed his mind and went after him. All right. you know, that's very interesting. I'm starting to have a better picture of what's going on. I'm extrapolating, and I got some supporting evidence later. We'll see it. But I started to study ancient Egyptian texts to see if there was any evidence of that. And I found plenty. But one thing that struck me is that there's a story about a king of Egypt, a pharaoh, that's on a lake with his wife, and she loses a very precious, beautiful bracelet in the lake. And the pharaoh and the wife is quite distraught, and the pharaoh really wants to do something about it. And so the story goes to say that they call the high priest of Egypt, and they come and they open the waters of the lake to find the bracelet and give it back to the queen. And I thought, oh, sounds like these guys, hundreds of years before Moses, were doing things similar to open the Red Sea. Now, imagine that you had the power of gravitation under your control. You could do things like stopping the course of water, okay, and opening channels. You could push things around. So I started to think about it, but when I read Exodus and the crossing of the Red Sea, I saw no evidence. It just says that Moses went to the front of the sea, raised his staff, opened his arm, and the thing opened, right? So I'm like, wow, that's some serious stuff you got going. And then I came across something that was much more descriptive. And that's typically lost by the scholars. In this chapter, it's called Joshua. In Joshua is much later after Moses. They've gone through the desert. Moses is now gone, is dead. And Joshua is in charge of the Israelites. And they arrive upon the Jordan, which is a large river, especially when it's running at flood level. And they mention in here that it is running at flood level. And they need to cross the river. And they don't know how to do it. At the time, there was no bridges. And so they are in a conundrum, and Joshua is instructed to take the ark and put all the high priests on the ark and then walk the ark into the Jordan. It's called the parting of the Jordan. And in this case, it's quite descriptive. It's quite amazing. It says, and the priests came out of the river carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. No sooner they had set their feet on dry ground than the water of the Jordan returned to their place and ran at flood stage as before. So here, it's quite very, very direct about using the ark to actually stop the course of the water of the Jordan, let the tribes of Israel go through, and then as soon as they got out of there, the gravitational field, or whatever you want to call it, allowed the water to start running again. One thing that's really omitted is the paragraph right after, or shortly after. Paragraph 23, for the Lord your God dried up the Jordan before you until you had crossed over. Remember, the Lord is the tetragrammaton described as the Ark of the Covenant. The Lord your God did to the Jordan just what it had done to the Red Sea when he dried it up before us until we had crossed over. In this paragraph, very specifically, it says that the reason the Red Sea was crossed and opened up is because it was the Ark of the Covenant that was used to do it. The reason why this is typically omitted is because all scholars believe that the Ark
box was built after the crossing of the Red Sea at the foot of Mount Sinai. But the source power of that art box might have come right out of Egypt. And that might have been the power source of a technology much more advanced than anything we can dream of today. All right, so now I was able to place that the ark had been used to open the Red Sea and then open the Jordan, and then later it's used to make the walls of Jericho fall, and then eventually is placed in the Temple of Solomon in the Holy of Holies, and is actually the center worship of all of these Israelites. Today, the rock on which the ark used to be in the middle of the Temple of Solomon is under the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, which is controlled by Islamic tradition. So the Islamic tradition actually are controlling and consider that place a very holy place, because it said that that Muhammad ascended from that central place in the Temple of Solomon. So now you've got Islamic tradition and Hebraic tradition crossing over at the Ark of the Covenant. And these people have been fighting for so long. And so I continued to study, and something opened up. There's a whole set of information that opened up that we are not going to be able to go through tonight. We're going to go through some, but that leads from the Egyptian to the Hebrews to the Muslim to the Templars to the Middle Age to modern age to America and right to the $1 bill. And that set of knowledge has been leading and powering our governments for a very long time. I think there is much more to what's going on that has to do with the search for this power. Eventually, I came across these things. They're called the Copper Scrolls. Again, Edgar Cayce, interestingly, in one of his esoteric reading, mentioned that scholars were going to find in the 70s, or I can't remember when, scrolls from a hidden society along the Dead Sea. Nobody really believed it. Scholars said, well, we know pretty well everything that was around there. There's no reason to believe there would be scrolls there or things like that. And sure enough, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, hidden in caves near Qumran. And a whole society of priests that were unknown until then to scholars, and that seemed to have been very reclusive, very hidden society. In those Dead Sea Scrolls that were found in those caves, there is one set of scroll that was completely different than the other ones. Why? Because they were written on copper, not on typical hides or papyrus or anything like that. They were written on copper, and when the copper of these scrolls were analyzed, it was found that it is the purest copper ever found on earth. All right? And when they decoded these scrolls, the way the scrolls are written, they're written backwards or upside down so that you were supposed to roll clay around them and then unroll, and then you'd have the clay tablet, which would have it right side up. But when they opened them, they didn't realize that, so many of them cracked. So anyway, they decoded them, and they found that the text on the scrolls,
describes the Ark of the Covenant coming to the Essene community of the Qumran region. The Essene that wrote these scrolls say to have had possession of the Ark of the Covenant. And it described 64 components of this that needed to be around the Ark in order for everything to be okay. So there's all sorts of components that have to do with oils, that you anoint yourself before you walk into the Ark room, with incense that has very specific herbs that you need to cleanse yourself with before you go into the Ark room. All sorts of components that came with the Ark of the Covenant. And not only does it describe these 64 components, it says where they hid them in the mountains near Qumran. When these scrolls were found and made public, it scared a lot of scholars because they thought, oh my God, this is like a treasure hunt. People are going to try to come and dig everywhere. And, so there was a lot of publicity that these scrolls, although they were from that period of time and found with the other scrolls, may have been a hoax that was perpetuated then. And, just to throw everybody off, this was unlikely for many other people. And basically they were trying to discourage people from going to dig around out there. But a person was allowed to dig, and this person went through the channels. Is called Wendell Jones, and he dug in the Qumran region and eventually found one of the first item on the list, which was the oil that you had to anoint yourself, which increased conductivity on the skin, by the way, in order to go into the Ark room. And Wendell eventually found a second item as well, based on the description that he was reading from these scrolls, and going into using the clues and finding them in the Qumran region. So let's take a look.
Wendell Jones is respected here and abroad as a credible Torah teacher. He has been featured as a speaker in Orthodox synagogues nationwide, and has represented the Israel Foreign Ministry in a 2-year lecture forum on college panels in discussions with PLO representatives. Wendell was contracted by the Israeli government to write for their academic courses for tour guides at Hebrew University. In 1952, Wendell came across a news story that was to change his life. It was the account of the discovery of the Copper Scrolls. He was plagued by the realization that there were many anti-Jewish statements in the Gospels, and some were, as the marginal notes stated, omitted in more ancient manuscripts.
Did not surrender to be a preacher. I felt like I wanted to approach the Bible scientifically.
It is so fitting that the Shemen Afar Shimon should be the first item found from the days of the temple. When the pilgrims were ascending to Jerusalem, before they were in view of the Holy Temple, they would smell the fragrance of the Shemen Afar Shimon. The pilgrims knew that shortly they would behold the glories of Beit HaMikdash in the holiest of holy cities, Jerusalem, in the land of Judea.
Jones has been scouring the ancient caves of Qumran for the past quarter century.
The news of this discovery soon broke internationally, with coverage from CNN, CBS, NBC, and ABC. That following year, the October issue of National Geographic featured the find, followed by the December issue of Omni magazine, and countless other news sources carried the story worldwide. In the spring of 1992, the authenticity of the Copper Scroll was further enhanced with the discovery by Institute teams of a silo in the bedrock containing some reddish material, organic in nature. It was analyzed by the Weizmann Institute and 2 departments at Bar-Ilan University in Israel. The testing indicated the reddish material was a compound of 11 ingredients found in the Ketoret.
I have absolutely no doubt this material is Piton HaKetoret.
This was the Holy Temple incense.
If we continue to find the items listed in the copper scroll and continue to locate them in the order that they're listed in the Torah, then the next thing we should find is the ashes of the red heifer. All things will be restored, as even the Torah that Moses broke. Remember, he placed them back into the ark and God restored them. Moses wrote a Torah like the stones in the ark. Christian art has pictured the Torah as two tombstones, but that's not how they're described. In the book of Exodus, chapter 32 and verse 15, we read, "And Moses went down from the mountain with the 2 tablets of testimony." In Hebrew it reads, luchot, not slabs, but sapphires. These were dihexagonal shaped like the sapphire molecule.
That last part is really important. Is revealing information that doesn't quite match the Christian interpretation of the Torah, where Moses is not said to have come down from the mountain with tablets with the 10 commands on it, but actually sapphire type or crystalline type of structures that were hexagonal in nature. When a guy like me hears stuff like that, the fact that Wendell Jones has been able to find and locate these things in the mountains of Qumran supports the concept that the ark was a true object. That this is not just some crazy story from an ancient book, but actually that this really happened. And that the civilizations or the communities at Qumran had access, in any case, had at one point or another the Ark of the Covenant in their midst. Now, how could that be? Well, it's found that, imagine that you had an object of extreme power in the center temple, and this might make you understand a little more why all these wars have been raging in that section of the world for so long. Imagine that you had this amazing power, this amazing object at the center of your temple, but that your town, your city, your defense system could fail. And this object could fall in the hands of other civilization that wouldn't necessarily understand how to deal with it. You would have, I'm sure, an exit plan, a B plan. And I believe that their B plan was they had a community of high priests fairly far away from the temple, that where high priests were constantly being trained in the order to be able to handle the Ark of the Covenant. So that if anything happened at the temple, the Ark would be swiftly taken out through underground tunnels, and many of them have been found now, that would bring them out of the city and bring it to their temple, to their place, so that they could handle it there and keep it safe. And that might be why no writing about that community was found by scholars for a very long time. Nobody knew they were there, either than this Bedouin that threw a rock in a cave, heard a pot break, and thought there may be something in there, and eventually found the Dead Sea Scrolls. So all of a sudden, it starts to make sense, and I was getting a better picture of what might have happened. Now, interestingly, there's new evidence that's coming out, and well, there's a few things. One of them is that most of the writings of Qumran, most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, are not allowed to be released to the public. Only, I believe, 100 scrolls have been released to the public, and the rest is not has not been released to the public at all. I find that interesting. I wonder why. But certainly, the fact is that there is evidence that Joseph and Mary, the parents of the one that was actually called Emmanuel in the Bible, the name of Jesus came later on, but in the Bible it's very specifically said to be Emmanuel, were Essene and were from the Essene community. So imagine this child coming into the field of this extremely powerful object and growing into the field of it. Imagine having an object that is like a transducer for the power of space-time, all the information of the universe in that point. When you're close to it, there's a lot of information transduction that's going through your DNA. That could make you be able to do things that the average human beings cannot do. It's like a little torque on your space-time reality. All right? And certainly walking on water is evidence of gravitational effects.
At a recent press conference, famous videographer James Cameron and filmmaker Przemcha Jakubowicz presented a controversial documentary called The Last Tomb of Jesus. Their research reports on an ancient family tomb found under a construction site and documented by archaeologists in 1980. The controversy comes from the cluster of names that was discovered engraved on some of the ossuaries. One of the most prominent inscriptions reads Joshua, son of Joseph, or Jesus, son of Joseph. Another bears the inscription Maria, or the modern Maria, and yet another read Marianne Mara in Greek, which may correspond to Mary Magdalena, as Marianne is the name found in the Acts of Philip to describe her. Though the names found on some of the ossuaries are common, it is significant to find all of these names with biblical references clustered in the same family tomb. More significant for our purposes is that it seems that many ossuaries of the first century Judea Christians bared a very specific geometric configuration. For example, the ossuary marked Marianne Mara bears very defined geometric decorations that in the context of our research have extreme significance. Indeed, once again we find the very structure of the cube octahedron or vector equilibrium engraved on an ancient artifact. It is even carved in such a way that the lobes or petal structures of the matrix are apparent in 3D. The same typical geometry is found on other ossuaries, one of which is marked Judah, son of Joshua. Certainly the claim that Mary Magdalena and Joshua may have had a child is controversial, but the symbols that are found on these ossuaries and others from the 1st century AD have striking significance. It is as well significant to note that both the one called Joshua or Emmanuel and Mary Magdalena were in some traditions considered to be a representation of the living ark. These symbols, as well as we have seen earlier, are found in many different traditions and specifically in the Egyptian Osirian temple. This temple is associated with the resurrection of Osiris, with the help of his consort Isis, and may denote the structure of space-time and some of the most powerful and profound knowledge of the time. Significantly above the entrance of the tomb was a unique facade, a carefully crafted chevron and circle that mystified the archaeologists. In the words of Dr. Shimon Gibson, one of the archaeologists present at the opening of the tomb, there's no doubt about it. that those symbols meant something. It's unlikely that the family or the person that came and carved out the tomb just carved these things at random. They had to symbolize something. What they symbolized, I don't know, but it's quite rare to find that kind of ornamentation on a simple tomb. Interestingly, thousands of years prior, at the beginning of the Pyramid Age, a mysterious conical stone, deemed to have cosmic origins, is found in ancient Egyptian traditions. The Bin stone was housed in the Temple of the Phoenix and was associated with regeneration, rebirth, and celestial cycles, and was thought to be the divine seed. The Bin stone disappeared long before Herodotus, an earlier Greek historian, visited Egypt, but not before it had relegated its name to the apex stone placed on top of pyramids or obelisks. One such example was found from the Pyramid of Amenemhet III and is housed at the Cairo Museum. It bears the inscription, King Amenemhet III sees the beauty of the sun. He sees the Lord of the horizon sailing in his boat over the sky. Would this be the Lord of the event horizon flying in his ship in the sky? Interestingly, this most sacred object is almost a perfect match to the so-called chevron found at the entrance of what may be one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of our time. The chevron and circle is typical of the symbology of the ancient Egyptian all-seeing eye. Again, we see that this most important symbol in the Egyptian tradition was used to describe a fractional series from half to the magic fractional structure 1/64. The symbol is as well found as representation of ultimate power on the top altar of Mayan temples and is depicted on walls in various ancient locations of the Americas.
I continued to study some more, and I realized that tetragrammaton in Kabbalistic tradition is typically denoted or described as this triangle structure with in this case, the letters of God in it. And if you actually look at the way the letters of God are laid out in it, it's like an isotropic vector metric. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's 4 layers to the isotropic vector metric. If you took the first layer here, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the bottom, 3 in the middle, 2 here, and then 1 on top. Just like the way these letters are laid. And the Kabbalistic tradition are very clear that you shouldn't take the letters at face value, that actually each letter has a mathematical number attached to it, and that it's the numbers that have a meaning as well. So if you look at the numbers of the tetragrammaton, then it's 10, 5, 10, 6, 5, 10, and 5, 6, 5, 10, and they all add up to 72. And sure enough, in the Bible and various texts, you find that the number of God is 72, or the number of faces of God, or the great name of God is 72. So it all works. It's really nice. The thing is that this is only a male God. It's missing its better half. Remember? It's missing its polarity. And so, imagine that you wanted to leave a code on a planet that's not so evolved, but you wanted to leave the code so that it would give them great power at an important time in history. But you wanted to make sure that it could not be decoded until they were ready for it. How would you do it? When maybe one way you would do it would be to give the code in a polarity way, so that you would have to have a civilization come to the realization of the equalities of polarity before they could decode the code. So, and that would most likely be a society that's ready for that type of power. So, when you take the male tetragrammaton and you add the female one, or the positive and the negative one, then you have to add a second isotropic vector metric. So the result is that you would have to double this number. 72 twice is 144. 144 is in the book of Revelation as a very important number for the new and the changes of the new world. When you put 64 tetrahedrons together and you get this fractal vectorial array, you get exactly 144 faces on its outside surface. And so that was getting compelling. But the Kabbalistics didn't stop there. The Kabbalistic traditions said, well, actually, if you want to truly understand the power of the Tetragrammaton, the power of God, if you want to understand the root of creation, you must decode this tree, which was thought to be the tree of knowledge, which is analogous to the tree at the center of the Garden of Eden. This was thought to be the foundation of creation, and that if anyone could decode this, they would hold the key to creation. There's a lot of writing in Kabbalistic tradition that says as well that it shouldn't be attempted to be decoded because most people that have gone crazy. And so I took those warnings seriously, and I thought, well, I'm most likely already crazy. Well, I live in a van, you know. I'm studying all this crazy stuff. I must be okay, you know. It won't hurt me that much. So I went at it. And I studied and I studied and I studied and I tried to figure it out. And I couldn't really figure it out. I was really bugging on it because it was getting so complex. So many texts I was reading about this were so complex and so philosophical, and they had all these realms and dimensions and all this. I couldn't figure it out. And then I decided to draw it, and I plastered it on the ceiling of my van so that when I would wake up in the morning, I could just stare at it and try to figure it out. And so I'm in the van in the morning, and I look at it, and then, fairly rapidly I realize that there's a tetrahedron on the bottom of it. Okay? This part here is a tetrahedron, if it's seen in 3D. And then I looked up here, and I realized that in 3D, those lines would generate as well a noctahedron. See, the thing is that most people don't see this thing as a 3D object. So flatten it makes not much sense. But in 3D, it describes very specific geometry. So because I had this type of 3D mind, and I was always very intended on not doing the flat thing, I was trying to visualize this in 3D. But I couldn't figure out this middle box thing. I just couldn't figure it out. For weeks, months. Just like, laying in my bed looking at this thing and studying and all this. And then one day, I said, wait a minute. I realized that
one of those boxes in the middle here, okay, matches the box in the top portion of the octahedron. So I thought, what if I slid the middle part box in the upper box and see what it generates? So I split them in two, and then I slid the bottom part into the top part. And when I did so, it was like a key, right? It just locked in and generated all the vectors necessary to have a tetrahedron and an octahedron, one on top of each other. So now I had all these vertices for 3D geometry. These are the only geometry necessary to produce a 64 tetrahedron grid. So I knew I was close. So I got really excited, and I continued studying and intensely studying, and I realized something is that the Kabbalistic text doesn't say there's one tree at the root of foundation, the foundation of the universe, or at the root of the universe. There is 4 trees at the root of the universe. And they said that the 4 trees were attached at the same root. Now I thought, well, wait a minute. Maybe they're still giving us only half the code. Maybe there's 8 trees, and they're only giving us the polarity, the half polarity of the code. I looked at my structure again that I had come up with from sliding the bottom into the top, and I realized I had extra lines. And these extra lines match the lines to generate the star tetrahedron. So if I got all the branches of the tree, and then I attach the 8 trees together, I would have 8 star tetrahedrons coming together to generate the 64 tetrahedron grid. And what Ptolemy had decoded this right was that by the time I was finished, I could now plaster the Kabbalistic tree right over top of the 64 tetrahedron grid and get all the 9s of the 2D tree out of the 3D geometry. It worked. And hooked all together, it generated all the intersection necessary to build a 64 tetrahedron grid. And when I calculated this, then I saw that it could be done in many different ways. But one thing that was for sure, the Kabbalistic text said actually there's 10 spheres. They're called sephiroths, and they come from the word sapphire. Okay? So actually it's talking about crystals again. And it says that these sephiroths are the joints between the pathways of creation. And it said that there was this 10 sephiroth to one tree, but because they're all hooked to the same center, to the same root, which is called the crown sephiroth, which is described as a point of indwelling where God falls or God goes towards infinity. Okay? Basically describing a singularity. When they say that, they say that one doesn't count. So you get 9 sephiroth per tree. Well, if you have 8 trees, and you've got 9 sephiroth per trees, 8 by 9 is 72, and now you're right back to the 72 powers of God, and the code has brought you all the way back to the beginning in a feedback loop of coding information. And so I continue to find the solution to this. We did a small animation on how the trees come together, and it's literally the trees compressing together, creating that collapse into singularity, generating the code. It's quite amazing. Then it generates all the joints necessary to produce the 64 tetrahedron grid. So I wrote a little thing on this. It's an old book I wrote. It was all my findings on ancient civilization. I didn't write anything on. I wrote some physics in there, but just layman physics because I wasn't prepared yet for that. And the day I was writing this part of this little booklet that some people here have, that day, while writing this, I decided to log on to the net and look at what, is happening in the crop circle world. And sure enough, that crop circle occurred that day. That was freaky. So it really, was an amazing journey through this information of the Bible and the codes of ancient civilization all around. And I really was taken by it. And it was so confirming, and it just took, and every step of the way, it just kept on confirming. And, in this short presentation, I don't have time to go through all the details. I do give week-long presentations where, we have time to go through all the details of things. And even then, in a week, I usually still run out of time. But there's so many of this amazing confirmation that came along the path. Every step, every time I would doubt, something else would come out and grab me and show me the way. And and it brought me to a very different view of not only our past, but our possibility in the future and how we move from here to the next level, how this change that so many of us are feeling on the planet is going to occur, and how we can help it and how we can help ourselves through it. To this day, I'm finding stuff. I mean, it's amazing. There's so much stuff out there that relates to this. It's almost like there's nothing else. And in case of this being correct, then there isn't really anything else. There is this amazing structure of the vacuum that generates reality as we see it, that generates our existence, and it basically oozes out of us throughout our civilization, throughout our understanding, throughout our physics, throughout our advanced thinking, and it really brings us to a different way of relating the world. And in this way of relating into the world, and that's where I believe that the New Testament and the Old Testament comes together. Because I believe that the Old Testament is talking about very advanced technology, and that the New Testament is talking about where you have to be in being able to have this level of technology. And that when the two come together, then you have a complete being, you have a complete master, you have a civilization that has reached levels of masteries in which they have an equilibrium between their external world and their internal world. They have understood that they hold singularity, that they are in contact with the universe within their existence, even within their physical existence, which is made from subatomic mini black holes connecting all things together. And from that perspective, a civilization would build a completely new sets of technology, a completely new set of interaction in its civilization, of relationship with each other, and certainly realize their common goal and their common aspiration. I always say this, this model tells us really that the surface of a planet is like an event horizon from which each individual is a little sun ray, right? And that sun ray has a very specific vector direction in space in which it gathers a very specific set of information. However, all of our feet are pointing to the same singularity, to the same center, and connecting us all. And that singularity holds us on the surface of this planet as our gravitational field. And if we get to this, I believe we can develop technology out of this that will bring us to the stars. And I think, that's my understanding at this point, that this is the crucial time to be able to transcend our way of doing things to the way that we need to be able to do things in order to survive the changes that are coming into our solar system and move to the next level of interaction, and maybe even connect with other civilizations that have been in our galaxy, that have been observing us, that have been waiting for us to graduate and enter a larger community, a larger galactic community, and move on from here. So, thank you very much for all your attention today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
The Knights Templar history is fascinating. They were founded in the early 1100s, and it's unclear exactly what their purpose was.
The Order of the Knights Templars, founded in 1118, likely had roots in earlier religious orders, including the Cathars, from the Greek meaning pure ones, of southern France. According to some sources, the Cathars had roots directly linked to the Holy Grail and believed that they were the protectors of a secret lineage of bloodline going all the way back to Christ.
The Knights Templars were started with very modest means. They were thought to be the Knights of the Poor. Their emblem was 2 knights on 1 horse because they couldn't afford a horse for each knight. But they were very dedicated, and after the Crusades, the Templars right away went to the holy city of Jerusalem. Their official purpose there was to protect the route to Jerusalem from Europe, the Europeans' pilgrim. But when you look at what they did when they arrived there, it's clear that their purpose was widely different. I believe that their main purpose was to find and recover and bring back to Europe the Ark of the Covenant of God, what they eventually called the Chalice or the Holy Grail.
Indeed, upon their arrival to Jerusalem in 1119 AD, the First Order of the Templars established themselves in the Al-Aqsa Mosque close to the Dome of the Rock, which itself is thought to be the former site of Solomon's Temple, a temple whose sole purpose was to host the Ark of the Covenant at its center in the Holy of Holies. This site has become central to both Islamic and Judaic traditions. It was here, underneath the Temple Mount. Over a period of 7 years, that the Knights dug several tunnels and causeways, many of which are still intact today. The Templars were looking for the Ark of the Covenant, which was believed to have been hidden in some underground chamber beneath the Temple Mount. Most historians agree that the Templars may have found something extremely significant under the Temple Mount, and that upon their return to Europe, they applied this knowledge, donning the age of Gothic architecture, best exemplified by their first effort, the extraordinary Chartres Cathedral.
My understanding and what I have found is that the Templars most likely on that first pass did not find the Ark of the Covenant, but documents associated with it.
Over the years, the Knights Templars maintained a presence at the Temple Mount, and there is evidence from various sources, including the research done by Graham Hancock in his book, The Sign and the Seal, that during the later years, the Knights Templar may have been contacted by Prince of Ethiopia, Lalibela, who claimed that Ethiopia was the home and the resting place of the Ark. Hancock makes a strong case for the removal of the Ark from the temple just prior to the Babylonian overthrow in 587 BC. Hancock later follows the Ark up the Nile to Elephantine Island, up the Blue Nile into Ethiopia, through Lake Tana, and ultimately to Exum, in the small chapel of St. Mary of Zion. According to Haramein's research, during this interim period, when the Ark was removed from the Temple of Solomon to Elephantine Island, the Ark rested with the Essene community in Qumran. Both the copper scrolls and the subsequent confirmation of their authenticity by Vendell Jones's discovery of the key temple items associated with the Ark have corroborated the presence of the Ark of the Covenant in the Qumran region.
I believe that that society of high priests was unknown to our records because it was the B plan for the Ark. If the Ark was threatened in any way, it was brought to that society through underground tunnel out of Jerusalem, out of the city, and near the shore of the Dead Sea in that Qumran society.
Haramein further believes that this highly powerful object remained with the Essene community through the birth of the one who was initially called Emmanuel, and that his capacity to produce miracles, such as his healing powers and the anti-gravitic effects as walking on water, are a direct result of his contact with the Ark of the Covenant. By the time the Templars met with the exiled Prince Lalibela of Ethiopia, the Ark had long left the Qumran region and was well established with a growing Judaic community in Ethiopia. According to Hancock, the Templars may have made an agreement with Lalibela to help him regain control of his country in return for direct access to the Ark.
Evidence of the passage of the Knights Templar is found as well in Ethiopia in various churches and monuments which have Knights Templar crosses and all sorts of artifacts that support the Knights Templar passage through Ethiopia, including folkloric legends about these blue-eyed, blonde-haired, white-skinned people coming to Ethiopia during those periods. One most amazing documented interview by Graham Hancock is the interview to the guardian of the Ark in Ethiopia.
The Ethiopian guardian of the Ark is a monk chosen by the high priests of Ethiopia as being pure of heart. Once chosen, the monk is never allowed to leave the site of the church of St. Mary of Zion, where the Ark is located under close watch. As Hancock reports, he asked, "What is the power of the Ark?" The guardian priest answers, "Have you seen the stelae? How do you think they were raised up?" The Ark was used. The Ark and the celestial fire. Men alone could never have done such a thing. The largest of these stelae found in front of the chapel weigh in excess of 500 tons and have been moved considerable distances from the quarry where they were cut. As pointed out by Harameina throughout the presentation, the typical engineering issues associated with transporting and raising such large objects once again arise.
That right away and very clearly says that at least one part of the power of the ark is a gravitational effect in which you're able to lift and raise very large, very heavy objects using its power. The monk says that this power as well has to do with celestial fire, that it's a very bright object. Something you would expect from a highly spinning, highly energized plasma dynamics in the vacuum state of our space-time manifold. So all this goes towards Europe and the Knights Templar bring the knowledge back, maybe even bringing the ark back, using the ark to charge water around Europe. For instance, they found now that under the Chartres Cathedral, that was the first Gothic cathedral in Europe, that waterways up to 100 feet under the cathedral were diverted to culminate at the altar in the middle of the cathedral, which would be the place where the Templars would have placed the ark. Then we find all sorts of legends of miraculous water in Europe, in France especially, in all these regions. Waterways are found to have been diverted under many of these chapels and cathedrals all around the France region. So maybe they charged the water with the ark, maybe they used it to help build various amazing cathedrals around Europe. And then eventually the Knights Templars become very powerful very rapidly. They are called the bankers of Europe. They have very large influence on many levels in the European market and in the European politics. And it becomes threatening to the King of France and to the Pope of the time.
On Friday the 13th, in the month of October, 1307, King Philip IV and Pope Clement V initiated a campaign against the Templars and began to capture, torture, and kill thousands of members of the order under the premise of being devil worshippers, homosexuals, and heretics, thereby allowing for the seizing of all their assets and money. It is said, however, that just prior to King Philip's arrest order, the temple treasure, most likely the ark, was spirited away in a hay wagon.
Some Templars were able to escape in surrounding countries by bringing with them their knowledge and maybe at the time the Ark of the Covenant. Some escaped to Germany, some escaped to England and Scotland, and maybe some to Switzerland. At the same time, then, in history, we see these new orders emerging. Some are called Rosicrucians orders, and some are the very famous Freemason orders that emerge out of Scotland. These orders are the same orders as the Knights Templars orders. They are just the Knights Templars under new disguise. They're using the orders at the time to continue to propagate the information, and that's where we find a lot of information of magical taluses and geometry and all this that comes from those Middle Age, Dark Ages, where the information becomes underground and becomes magical and really birthed the myth of the magical property of engineering and mostly of geometry. Jumping ahead, because the details are too overwhelming, those pieces of information move throughout the ages and eventually ends up in the Americas, in the new land, the newfound land, and these powerful people that organized the Americas, that organized what was to become the United States, are Freemasons, and they have all this information, all this baggage with them, and they bring it into our world. And you can see how they develop this new world with these concepts in mind. If you look at the monuments in Washington, you see all of these geometries, all this information, this esoteric information that actually pertains directly back to the power of the Ark of the Covenant, but that by then is thought to be very esoteric and very magical. However, in both the Freemasons order and the Rosicrucian order, the highest level of initiation is still to this day to bow in front of the Ark of the Covenant, to be in the presence of the Ark of the Covenant. May it be a mock Ark of the Covenant at this point. The implication of this information is very present throughout the history even of the United States of America. The forefathers setting up the society under those very specific geometric dynamics, and then even the documentation being embedded with all of the information pertaining to this higher knowledge, to this knowledge of the geometry of space, of the structure of the vacuum, of the advanced technology that I believe the Ark of the Covenant was. We find it even on the $1 bill. If you look at a $1 bill, you'll find on one side that there is a pyramid there. A pyramid that's composed of 13 different levels of stones, 13 being the 12 vectors of the vector equilibrium with the singularity, the 12 around 1. With the eye, the all-seeing eye on the top that we saw in the presentation as a representation of the structure or of the vacuum, or even the representation of the power of the ark, the celestial power. On the other side, we see a crest composed of 13 little stars, making a star, six-pointed star, Star of David structure, with 12 around 1 again, describing the dynamics of the structure of the vacuum. All these hints, all this information is present everywhere in the documentation of the United States, in the documentation of many of the countries around the world, and actually is prevalent in our world, underlying many of the efforts of our world to raise to new level of consciousness and to new level of technology and to new relationship with our universe. So what have I learned from my life's research? Oh my God, that's a lot. But if I could summarize it, and it might sound really esoteric and far-fetched, but I assure you it's based on a lot of research. I believe that the history of our world may be quite different than what we've been told and taught. That in fact, the missing link between the Neanderthal and the Homo sapien is not just one link, but is a whole chain of events that have to do with advanced civilization coming to the earth, finding the earth in a state of very low level of evolution, and mixing their genes with ours to help the evolution along, producing the Homo sapien with the larger brain and so on. This change or this advancement in our evolutionary step is described and in many different societies around the world, in ancient texts, in legends, in myth of creation, all defining these advanced civilization coming to the earth, called the sun gods or the sons of God, having children with the women of the earth, or mixing their genes with the people of the earth to produce this new human. And I believe that that interaction with this advanced civilization has been there all along our history. That at first they may have given us even advanced technology, one of the most powerful piece of technology they had. A technology that could fly a ship or produce large amount of energy or produce fields that helps things grow, that can structure water, that can do all sorts of things that we would think of even today as miraculous. That very advanced technology, I believe, was present at the earliest time of our history, and then was removed eventually because of a need to allow our growth to mature before we would have that level of power again. I believe at that time a decision was made, however, to embed all the information we needed to recover that level of technology so that we could have it on time for the changes that are about to occur on our planet at this time. That information was embedded in religious belief and cultural structures, even in building practices, so that it would be encoded and passed on from generation to generation to this time for you and me to recover and decode and apply properly for advanced technology and philosophy. The advanced technology that comes out of this knowledge could have fundamental repercussion on our society, which would change our society dramatically from a society that lives really on a flat plane to a society that has access to what I call the Z-axis, have access to our solar system and maybe even access to our galaxy. I believe as well that there is a fundamental warning in all these texts, in all this knowledge that says to us, when you get that level of technology, it is crucial that you have grown to becoming a benign, collaborative society instead of a competitive, warring one. And I think, and I see around me, and I see in the development of this planet and of this earth, our society at this time, that we are learning those lessons very rapidly. The field is very polarized. Many people are choosing peace, spiritual involvement, and collaboration. And many are choosing war and competition. And it's becoming obvious which one is most powerful, which one is the one that is going to be necessary for our evolutionary step at this time in history. I think we're going to be pushed along to learn those lessons because of changes as well on our planet that is going to create a certain amount of stress on our society to force us to collaborate. I am so excited to be here at this time in history when we're about to cross the event horizon of our evolutionary development. To do it with you, to do it with all of us, in collaboration, in peace. I feel that we are entering into an era of galactic relationship when we can rise to our full potential and become the galactic beings that we are.